It was very loud suddenly. How's it going, everyone? Quick in the background doing that. Wow. I just started the stream and there's already a bot on Kick saying, "Hey buddy, I love your stream, come find me on Discord, blah 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 blah. We want to sell you viewers, blah blah blah." I am starting to wonder if the system is just rigged that you want to just do that. It seems dumb, but I don't see how you're going to find views otherwise on Kick anyway. Let me tell the Discord I'm streaming. The stream has begun. I gotta admit, this time does really seem like a bad time to start. Oh. It's about getting the game done. Maybe chatting with people while I do it. That's it. That's the plan. I'm realizing I'm going to need to probably get all AI music because they keep on copyright claiming the music that I paid for. So my interest in supporting indie creators of music has gotten much lower after the I don't know how many times it's happened at this point. Yes. Yes, my opinion is much lower. Guess you can only be screwed over so many times before it might get a little tedious. Okay. Got everything good to go, except for the old thumbs up your own video thing, which is so bizarre, but thanks YouTube for that being a thing you need to do. It's weird. It really shouldn't count. But it does actually improve your algorithm to do it. It's so dumb. Okay. That should be all the dumb crap I'm supposed to do. I just saw that Kaisenet has 241,000 people watching. I'm sure at least half of them are real. There's real traffic on Twitch, I'm sure. It can't all be fake. Actually, it totally can. 100% it totally can be all fake. That's right, I have my new section. Hell yes. With the campsite in here, which is a little store. They gotta sell things somewhere, right? Weird little fun areas to wander up to. Sell little voodoo dolls out here and everything. Bizarre little machines and things. Make this section the area that no one's supposed to be in, for it's more so like really just stuff that's not for them. I guess the library and the music room could be for them. And I would just keep like the hall of records and so the playroom looks like it could actually be for them. That the Hall of Records doesn't really seem like it'd be for them. Honestly, Hall of Records is the only room that seems like it couldn't be for them. I almost want to redesign it just knowing that it wouldn't make much sense. Because everywhere could actually be somewhere they could go in this place, except for like the Forbidden Toys room obviously wouldn't, and the Forbidden Hallway, and Charlotte's room. And I guess, well, the washroom's off the Forbidden Hallway too. I don't know, I might do some additional redesigning of this. I mean, the more I mess with it, the more it just is, a thing, you know? Yeah, a thing. Spawn back to a business thingy real fast, apparently. Some math for this person. As much as I love streaming, yesterday's stream paid what, 72 cents? You know. Somehow I don't think that's paying any bills, if you know what I mean, so. I do the regular job thing real fast. Not that it takes very long. Okay. Now that that is done. I gotta add a bunch of the little like masks back into here and try to find a way to make them seem a little less ridiculous. Or maybe have a few less faces and just have them be more interesting than they were previous. That's possible too. I was gonna try level instance ones because the regular ones are heavy. But level instance ones might also be really heavy. Oh, thanks so much, Johnny. How's it going? Caught me at like at the start of the stream, basically. I'm testing out level instance heads. I'm sure that's what you thought you'd hear about. Level instanced heads. And now each one's been randomized. I don't actually know if that'll actually work the way I want level instancing to work. So how was your stream? What'd you do? Well, now the tiny egg kind of sucks. It's so small. Major refactor of the game initialization of a week of programming drudgery. I see. And now it's finished. Well, that's awesome. So what was wrong with it? Why'd you refactor it all? Sounds like so much work. I don't know about this massive amount of work thing. Who does that? That's weird. So I remake everything in my own game. Ah, okay. Alright, alright. Alright. That just for testing, or? Okay. I know that one. I have a whole game mode that exists just for testing purposes, and it ignores all the coding of the regular play mode. Sorry, game mode, just for that. So I understand all too well doing that. Yes. Sometimes you just need special tools for testing, that's all. Well, that's cool. So, what's next on the agenda? Now that you've achieved the refactor. That's fair. Since I have an encounter system that spawns around the player, I know all too well that, but that one's like too. I'm still tweaking with the numbers to make it more compelling and fun. The numbers and the spawns in various areas, and yeah. Alright, let's check out. Oh, I didn't even build the H line. Whatever, we'll see what it's like with those instead of the other. These are just here for my amusement, but they're heavy. Nah, well, they're less heavy. Kinda. Honestly, they're about the same. I didn't build the H load though, so it might be much better once I build the H load. I mean, just look at it. They're just judging you at all times. They're like, wow. You missed that jump, huh? Man, I wouldn't have missed that jump. I can't believe you missed it. You're like the dev of this game. How did you miss that jump? Yeah, grabbing that's hard. Well, I guess if I build the H load, it might be a little better. Now, one of the problems I've been encountering with the random encounter system is I need to, if an enemy has a special mechanic, I need to make a note of it and give a tutorial before I put that enemy in the rotation for being able to spawn in a particular room. Like I have some enemies that emit light, which I guess I might not need to explain. I mean, they have a light on them, so I mean, I guess the player should realize, hey, wait a minute, these are a light. Every other light does this. Maybe it doesn't need a tutorial. Maybe I can assume the player is not stupid. Can I assume that? Is that a safe assumption? Are you allowed to assume that in this day and age? Or do you have to have a tutorial for literally everything? I'm gonna let them suffer. I think they'll figure it out. I hope. I really hope. Pretty much, yeah. I don't know, some people, like, it's amazing the tutorials they need in order to function in these games, and I'm just used to the old school games where they were just like, you'll figure it out. Like, I still remember when they had manuals for things and you didn't actually have the instructions in the game at all. And then they lose the manual because you'd rent the game or something. And then, you know, you just have to hit the buttons and figure it out. Personally, some players are stupid. I have some experiences, playtest. Depends on the audience you're targeting, I guess. Yeah. I'm targeting the audience that likes to explore and figure things out, kind of thing. To a point. I mean, if something is a completely unusual mechanic, I'll explain it. Like, I'm going to explain how the curse works in this game because that's a weird mechanic. But if I explain how the curse works, then, and it talks about how all the lights work, if an enemy has a light on it, you would think they would assume that that's another light, but maybe not. I played Test 2, came straight out of Stardew Valley as their first game. No gamer sense. Well, this game is about as not straightforward as possible on where you're supposed to go, so I assume anyone who has no gamer sense is going to have a hard time with just the design of this game. Because Metroidvanias are about exploration, and if I tell you where to go, that takes away the thing. Like, it's not like on rails like most RPGs are, where they just tell you the next quest objective is here. Nope. Things are completely missable and that you don't have to go that way. I mean, you can always go back. It's not like it's forever missable, but I don't tell you, hey, you know, if you go out this window here and run around the outside, there's another open window on the other side you can jump into to get into this room where you could find a key to get. I gotta tell you that. There's a window. You could jump out the window if you want. No, even give it a shot. Yeah, puzzles, different things. Yeah, it's the thing. A lot of Metroidvania levels are kind of set up like a puzzle. So I tried some players. Not seeing players have a gamer sense. He's never how to operate the game. That's fair. I've been adding a lot of instructions in the what the tarot cards did because I didn't have that, and that's obviously I need that. Like when you picked it up, there was something, but there was no other explanation beyond that. And there was no listing for the costs and stuff like that to use them. So I started putting that in. That'll give you. And things like how to manipulate things in the environment with the magician. Like there's one room like where you first get it and I explain it to you and I never explain it again. Like as soon as you leave that room, the ability to, all the tutorial hints for it are gone. And next time you go back, they won't be there anymore. But I think I'm going to put the tutorials inside the collectibles menu so you can go back and look at them essentially whenever you want. Yeah, a lot of the design of the levels in this is really puzzle-like to start with. Since much of the gameplay is, well, largely platforming in a way, but platforming is puzzle platforming. And that you have to try to figure out how to get into places and find the right abilities to do it. And I don't really tell you what the ability is. And at the start of the game, it's much more on rails, but I think after about 4 rooms, it stops being anywhere close to on rails. I don't know. I keep going back and forth in my head on just how much I want to, you know, drag the player along. You know, just kicking and screaming with tutorials versus letting them just figure it out. I might have a character they can just talk to who explains things. Because I have Tinka the Ghost Girl. She has nothing better to do than talk to you, so she could actually just have explanations on all the mechanics available at all times. Helpful hints. I mean, your character, you know, you're essentially immortal. You know, every time you die, you just respawn. So you got plenty of time to make errors. Send me how modern Nintendo games start, Mario Odyssey, Bonanza, Breath of the Wild, etc. And see how much they trust the players, how much the explicit version play. It's not a bad idea. I've never actually, I don't own a Nintendo system of any way, shape, or form. But their game design is very strong. Perhaps I should watch how the intros of those are, because I don't have one to play, but I could watch someone's Let's Play of it. That's fair, yeah. They're very good at mass appeal. I wonder if that's who I'm targeting, though, because I think their audience on average is younger. Like, there's people who grew up on it, but a lot of their stuff would appeal to a younger audience. I mean, Mario is much more appealing to a younger audience than Dark Souls kind of thing. Well, probably. And by younger audience, I mean like sub 10 and things like that. Things like Mario Party with their incredibly simplistic games. Something you could play with small children and it'd be okay. Versus this being a Metroidvania with somewhat serious themes. Probably not appealing to them, I would imagine. I don't know. But it's a good idea to look at their stuff. Because if anyone's got a good idea, try them. There was a... Gosh, one of the people from Nintendo does videos on YouTube explaining game design. I've actually seen a few of those ones there, and he's pretty knowledgeable. I must say, what he said was very spot on so far. I've taken his advice to heart. What is it? Something Miyamoto, I believe. What was it called? I think the level instancing helped a bit. Maybe. It's so hard to say. Versus spawning in the blueprints. What was this person's name? This one? No, I don't think it's him. Huh. I think someone mentioned it in my Discord or something. What was it? Hmm. Yeah, I don't remember. Wow. Yeah, well, Barrett figured it out. He was very good at explaining things. Let's see. Stuff we saw in Benenzo's tutorial, for instance, for simple examples, kinds of things to expect in the game. Every player is in its ideology, so to speak. You can see a barrier of the treasure on the other side. You can dig around it. That's fair. My plan is, you know, I'll establish that, you know, getting tarot cards lets them do things, and every time they get a new tarot card, I'll establish in that room what to do with it. I'll establish you can break things with the various toys and everything, and I'm sure they'll just try hitting things and see what breaks and what doesn't. But a lot of barriers can be broken. Establish the light and dark mechanic. Mostly just tell them... I basically tell them outright the mechanics. But just the one time. Like, you never get another explanation. Like, once I tell you how to use the magician, you know, there's a tutorial thing that's still sitting in the menu if you want to look at it. Otherwise, you got it figured out. So I guess I'm just going to give a tutorial every time they pick up a new tarot card, because I'm kind of priced into that because there's 66 tarot card abilities in the game. I don't know. It's kind of a... It's kind of a lot of tutorials. Kind of odd, they're like, you know, 20 hours in the game and here's a tutorial explaining how the world works. But I guess I have to, because they'll have just gotten the world probably, and I'll have to explain how it works. Right? Like, I don't know if I can give just a basic concept of things with all the tarot cards having such different abilities. I mean, I'll explain the basic game loop of trying to find keys to get to the next area, which is like how a lot of these rooms are. I mean, some of the rooms you can get to without a key, but 9 times out of 10, it's use a key to get somewhere. But they're not all like that. Like, I just instituted this room here. And the way you get to this room... Enable tarot cards here. This is why the game is designed very puzzle-like. Oops. You have to have the hammer out to hit things with it. No key required. Oh, don't fall off. I gotta remember that I can actually turn while grabbing hold of those things, and thus it will break the climb. I don't have to turn, but I can. Load up, buddy. That first load's kind of bad. I gotta put more out here to do. And that's how you find your way into this room. Otherwise, you can't get in here. But it's an optional room, so, you know. Anything optional in this game, there's usually some convoluted way to get into it. I'm gonna make a little toy store in here where you can buy toys. You don't buy them specifically, but, you know, people visiting would buy them, and there's like a gift shop, if you will. Can I make this jump? I don't think so. Oh, actually, there was a shelf up there. I'm done. I do. It's doing double streaming right now. It's a giant AH load system. I've split it up into 4 different levels. Actually, yeah, 4 different maps essentially, because the level streaming is really crap for vertical. Because it's like, okay, well, you know, you're in this room, but it's loading something from like, you know, 2 hours later down here. And that made no sense. So basically well, it took me like to get to the first area to completion and knowing everywhere to go. It took 2.5 hours. And then you pop through the door of the next chapter area. You can go back and forth, and it's like, you know, 10 to 30 second load, depending upon how crap your computer is. It's usually like 10 seconds. It's pretty low. It just loads into another level streaming area, so you only has to load a small section of the next level. Otherwise, I just level stream to go between each of the areas. And when I did the, I did a shipped build, it gets like 50 to 70 FPS across the board. With the exception of one room that I was working on, which would be this one over here. Not this one, the one with these masks here, which is why I was trying level instancing with them, because, well, having blueprints that spawn in wasn't it. I still have some ones that spawn in for the platforms. I should probably level instance those too, to be fair. Because I've been finding that that actually works much better to level instance everything and then H-load it, as opposed to spawning in blueprints. For the enemies, I spawn them in, but I made an encounter system around the player. Essentially just spawns in things near the player and everything, because of the fact that spawning in a bunch of enemies when you first went into a level, or first went into a room, was really heavy and would drop the whole thing by about 20 FPS. And thus severely restrict how many times you could have enemies in places and stuff. Whereas the new encounter system doesn't do that. It just continuously spawns around you based upon a bunch of different variables. Essentially, you know, going around the... I'll bring it up, actually, while I talk about it. Yeah, it instead works around, you know, having different encounter tables for each of the various chapters with percents and things like that for each type of
Greetings, my excellent friend.
In hindsight, I should have actually made these map variables. So this way I could actually have that and random out of those. I might switch to that too. Also, hey Lepus, how's it going? Oh, good luck on the jam. Let me know how it goes. Yeah, it goes through, it's just a looping event that keeps checking over and over, picks the one based upon which floor you're on. If it's an NPC, I do something different for down here, but then it just goes through the whole list here. I have a delay tracker just in case if this is any greater than 0. An attempt thingy. And it'll keep trying a bunch of times and adjusting these numbers, and every time it hits too many of a certain thing, it'll keep adding to them again and basically giving more of a random to when it happens. But it checks the length of the encounter array, which is the number of enemies in play, and goes, okay, cool, you know. Is it the right, like, length for the room? Is it less than that? If it's less than that, continue on. Otherwise, add a delay and then keep looping and delay it a bit. And it just goes through here and goes, okay, well, let's go through each of these little things here. It's like, there's this here, and then run each one. What's the spawn chance? Random it. See if it spawns. If it does, cool. I'm using the soft references so I don't have all the different classes loaded, because otherwise you have the issue of everything being referenced by the thing, and that would be every enemy in the game. That's terrible. Loads it, spawns it. Actually, it gets a reachable point in radius, right? I'm working it off of the nav meshes, because the theory is if the nav mesh, if it's a reachable point by the player on the nav mesh, then it means that the enemy could walk back to the player. Plus 100s, they don't spawn directly inside the ground. What is this for? Oh, never mind, because I'm looping back around. That's right. And then I have a thing here to make certain that they don't spawn too close to the player to the random location, and I just make certain that the distance is greater than the minimum spawn distance, and if it's not, then I just loop it again and try again. Otherwise, they spawn directly on the player. It's terrible. Then it's just spawn them in. This same system also keeps track of all the things and moves them around too. So I have like one AI that's basically monitoring every single enemy in the game. Even the bosses. That's what the spawn-in thing is. It tells it who its spawner is. And then I have a graph that controls them and everything like that. It goes down the list of all the dumb crap it's supposed to do, including having graphs for each and every one of them. I had to do this because the old system used to lag with about like 12 enemies in play. This one can do like 60 enemies in play without problems. Because it turns out having one AI that just basically passes decisions to everything is so much more efficient. And that's been what it does, is every single enemy in the game has a graph on here. Including the NPCs and everything like that. And some of the interactable stuff. Like the possessed objects are also monitored by this too. And the dolls that are spinning and everything like that to watch you are also monitored by this. Basically, when they spawn in, they report themselves. Using an event puppet info. Which just adds them to the puppet array. And based on gameplay tags, it also adds them to other additional arrays, such as an encounter array for the enemies, NPC array for the other ones, just so I can do different things to them. I even put in there's a system for factions too that does targeting. There's the faction system. Yeah, get enemy target. Which checks if they're on Poppet's team or not. This is for charm and the like, or for NPCs that are also on our side. Getting all actors with tag enemy and all that. All actors with tag is a little inferior way to do it, but at the same time, I haven't come up with a better way yet, right? I guess I could get all actors in the array with that. I don't think about it. And then all actors tag NPC. I could separate them all into the array and then work off that and then not do this get all actors with tag. It would probably be a little more efficient. So I think as I go to optimize it, that'll be the next step. Yeah, it goes through and just adds in two different arrays, the Poppet array and not the Poppet array. Then sits there and goes, okay, it wants the closest one, and it lets me know the closest one by sorting through those arrays. And collecting their gameplay tags for reasons. And then sends the target info to them, yeah. Yep, this one event here, the Puppet Master, has become so smart it runs everything. Like it. No. Basically what I've been told as far as get all actors with tag goes is it has to iterate through every an actor on the level. And that is somewhat heavy. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you, that's not free. You can do it quite a bit though, because Poppet does it all the time to find all the lights. But obviously, if you could put them all in an array first, and then only iterate through that array, it'd be a lot better. Because it's just a smaller array, right? All the actors on a level 1 array, or just the actors you put into an array. Yeah. Most of my issues, I find it usually isn't the code. I haven't been looking through the insights in a while. Usually the biggest problem I have is graphics. Yeah. This is just more I saw them talking, one of the people from Unreal talking about it, going over the myths of what things are. And it's not really that slow. It's one of those things where it's just a larger array, and if you do it enough times in enough places, it would eventually matter. There's 2,160 actors at all times right now. And that's not a small number to continuously go through every, you know, handful of seconds for every enemy. So in reality, I probably should do it that way. Do I really want to rewrite this system right now? Not sure I do. Well, I mean, the puppet array has everything in it already, right? It should. I might not need to do all that much. This might just be an easy update because every puppet reports. And the puppets are the only ones that can have enemies as an enemy as a tag. Now in C++ mouse runs because the systems in my game are iteration heavy. Makes slow to iterate through thousands of things. I mean, it's slow in C++ to iterate through thousands of things. It's slower than, you know, if you iterated only through less things, right? I mean, it just stands to reason, which is what I'm looking at here. But he was saying that the difference between C++ and blueprints is just nominal. Like he said, it doesn't even make a difference. It's like milliseconds. It's just so little. But even then, if you're going to keep going through an array over and over and over, you're much better off going through the smaller array. And I do not know if every enemy adds the puppet array here. I don't think I need to do anything else than this. I'm gonna test this change out. This seems like it was just peak stupidity on my part. Because I already have this. I'm gonna leave this here in case, just to remind myself. They only care about each other. Oh yeah, this is the Poppet array. Yeah, well, he was just saying that each of these little lines between each thing, the difference is just so minor and like so pathetic. Like he went over like the times and like all their testing and everything, where it just doesn't matter. What matters is the size of the arrays you're going through, not necessarily how you go about it. And like say every get all actors with tag gets every actor in the level. So 2,160 actors plus whatever spawned in versus the puppet array, which is going to be the number of things that the puppet master is currently controlling, which is obviously far less. It's going to probably be sub like, I think 50 is the most it ever controls. I mean, it can control more, but it doesn't usually do that. So I do this here. Wait, do I even need to append this array? Because this array includes the NPCs anyway. Yeah, well, it's really not that slow. Like I say, it's just if you do it over and over and over with so many different situations, because at this point, it's running it for every single enemy, or every single thing it's controlling, and it runs it once here, and once here. And it's doing this like once a second for every single enemy. That's a lot, right? I mean, that's a lot. And it's unnecessary because, you know, the farther in you get, the more things you have to keep, you know, optimizing because you keep losing more and more FPS here and there and there and there and there and there and there and there, and it eventually keeps adding up, especially as your level gets bigger. Well, I mean, it's still a larger thing there. Like, I mean, everywhere you do, it's just one more place where you're adding a bunch more coding in there. And it really does iterate through every single thing. There's a get all actors of class, which does not iterate through all of them, from what I've been told. He actually went through specifically talking about, like, you know, going over the myths of various things. And he was saying that that one doesn't, but this one does, and the one that gets all actors of class with tag also iterates through every single actor in the thing. And that's, you know, heavier than it needs to be. I guess the Puppet Array just has it all, so did they really just have a better way all along? I must have. Huh. Yeah. Everything's a puppet. And I don't need to add the I don't need to add the NPC array to the other array because, well, I still want to get all actors with tag with the enemy though. Huh. Let's see, so this thing here, it's right here. That's the Puppet Array. Gets the gameplay tags. If they have the faction team Poppet, then do nothing. Otherwise, add it to the Poppet Array. Okay. Find closest enemy, which then happens here. Okay. That's assuming they're on Team Poppet. If they're not on there, targeting Poppet. Get actors as NPC and enemy. I guess I don't want everything from those arrays, so this would just be the encounter array, actually. I split these things up, but I realized that the Puppet Array also includes things like the doll faces on the walls. And this is going to be a much smaller array to iterate through. And then for here, we're going to take this one here, because I've already split these up, and then I do have an NPC array. Yeah, let's just do this. Let's dump get all actors with tag over and over. That doesn't need to happen. I'm gonna leave it there just so I remind myself. Just in case I've done something dumb. But I mean, this is just get 3 different get all actors with tag. No, it's just that they're being maneuvered by the puppet master, and it's listed as one of the puppets. And the puppets are everything it controls. Like, it controls platforms that move randomly and stuff like that. Anything that needs to be, you know, moved around in some sort of more intelligent way than just like something specific along a spline or something, it controls them. It also controls NPCs that are not targets for fighting and everything like that as well. So it has its hands in a lot of crap. But the thing is because I have, you know, 2,160 actors, it was essentially going through these 3 times. So, you know, 6,480 actors every second, or relatively every second. How often does the control puppets trigger through? Yeah, it has a 1 second delay. So every second it was going through and doing all of those for every single thing in the puppet array. Which, I mean, yeah, if you're not going to do it like a huge amount, it's not too bad. But every time I added something in Puppet Array, it just added a huge overage of that seems unnecessary. Like, I don't need to do that. The farther in I've gotten, the worse this gets, so. I'm just double checking that I don't have the other ones, but I think that would actually cause a huge speed increase. We'll find out. Yeah. I say the bigger your game gets, the more it matters. Every time you get like things that I got away with when the game was smaller, I don't get to get away with anymore. I lose FPS in every little location. It spawns a bunch of crap in, sure. Let me close out good old the Puppet Master here, because that'll eat a bunch of resources for testing. Well, it's hard to say how much it's helping. This room's already not great. Mostly I'm curious to see if they work. Obviously the packaged game is much better than this. The one in editor is really slow by comparison. Well, they all seem to work. Like all the doll faces are moving around watching me. The enemies seem to be fighting just fine. The only thing that I need to check on next would be the possessed items. This is a good room for that. Basically all the rooms where I spawn in blueprints like this, like as part of the thing, tend to have the worst overhead problem. Yeah, those are all controlled by the Puppet Master too, and just doing their little things, and they just kind of wander around. So I've done a bunch of adjustments to this. I've had to remake a bunch of systems because I couldn't get enough FPS. And these rooms are easily the heaviest by a lot. As long as these ones are close to 30 in the editor mode, I'm happy because they gain a huge amount of FPS in the test mode, so... Oh, sorry, in the packaged mode. Also, when you build the H-load, that helps a lot too. Like, I don't have the H-load built, I just did the delete H-load option, which is fine, but not great. But building the H-load takes like over half an hour for each of the levels, so it's very, very long. It's like 2 hours of work, or will be probably about 2 hours. The other levels don't really have as much in them, and the third one actually breaks entirely. Yeah, see, if you don't have any curse, then they just fall. So it seems to work. So essentially it was an upgrade, even though it's debatable how much of an upgrade it was. On the other hand, it never hurts to do it, because again, now it's going through like a tiny amount of actors. Which means somewhere else, if I go through 6,000 actors a second, it'll matter less? Probably. Like, I doubt it'll hurt anyway. But I've actually had like multiple systems of how I encounter spawn things initially too, because each time I've had to improve it due to FPS problems. They definitely don't warn you about that. I guess I would vent on that. It's not quite the same as I was hoping for, but sure. Really? Wow. I kind of want to do the same for the lights because Poppet's also going through those every second. But she's getting lights. One of the things I could have them do is every time a light gets nearer, I could have it announce that she's in there. Well, that doesn't work so hot. Because the lights are in the H load. That's the problem I'm having. With the enemies that spawn in, I can easily just have them announce when they're, you know, added to the array, and then I can always just check the array and be like, hey, you know, are these valid periodically, or tell them to remove themselves from the array when they're killed. But the H load's a little finicky about that. I'm not sure I want to make that change. I'll think about it. Yeah, right. Find nearby lights. Yeah, right here. Once a second, it gets all actors with tag light. Then adds them to arrays and stuff. Including messing with a light that's on Poppet. She has a secret light on her. So it actually makes it look like it's dark and not, because otherwise the lights won't make it look dark. The secret light. I'm sure I can make this better. It's an old code. But... oh, well, at least there was one improvement that was unexpected. I need to go through and make the enemies smarter. The bosses, they're not aggressive enough. Terrible. I have a list of things I'm supposed to do. They were all from the package game, or the shipping. Right. You know what? Someone told me when you package the game, it has different errors when it's in the shipping one versus the development build. So my thought was this: why am I even testing in the development build? What's the point? If I need the shipping build anyway, shouldn't I just always test in the shipping build? Find all the bugs? Like, what are we doing here? Like, it makes no sense. I understand. Oh. Yeah, today I might do more code because I did so much level design the last couple days that I feel like I'm creatively devoid at the moment. Other than optimizations such as these where you have to take all these pathways and things like that and convert them into static meshes, because if you leave it as a spline, then it's multiple draw calls. A draw call for each point on the spline, which adds up quite a bit. That's actually, I found between that and actually mostly draw calls where I was losing the most FPS. Very easy to lose to lose on that. That and oversized materials. The oversized textures. The texture displays were so big. It's like, why is it displaying it as like this 4K texture? It's like a tiny little thing. Nobody can even see the 4K anything on this. What is this? What are we doing here? Yeah, that level instancing, emerging actors, like the three things, like it's just draw calls, level instancing, and texture display size were the things that robbed my game of the most FPS. And then after that, it was the number of enemies, which was doing a lot. What do I call the other path? Huh. Whatever. Let's see if this one works. The other one had a weird error where it was like just getting all glitchy and weird. You looking okay? It's right there on the other one. So before I delete the other one, I'm going to make certain this one works. Then I will copy the position on you. Delete you, and then paste. I really should make a video explaining the 3 great optimization things for graphics. The 3 things that you do, if you do, your game will gain a huge amount of FPS. Because it's really not that complicated, and the FPS gain is so incredible that you should probably do that. My FPS is obviously terrible with these other windows open, so if I switch back to this, it'll be better. Yeah, see. And like I say, the mid-30s is the target for in the editor. Just knowing that the shipped build goes like 50 to 70 FPS, even when streaming, says everything I need to know about it. Also foliage. Also foliage is good. Not as good as Level Instinct though. I tested that. I actually put a lot of the stuff, a lot of the furniture and everything as foliage to test that out, and the FPS was nowhere near what the Level Instinct does. Level instances in the H-load are basically almost free. Like, you gotta pay for the first one, and there's a call for every time another one shows up, but I did 40,000 of them inside of an open world of this actor that was like one of the cabinets with like 8 children on it, and it was still getting 30 to 40 FPS. It was incredible. I was just like, wow. Okay, the run left animation, the pool's all broken, but I can't easily change it without redoing the whole thing. Well, I haven't done it because it crashes the engine to try to edit just the one directly on it for some reason. You wouldn't think it would, but Unreal does like to do Unreal things. It is kind of a minor bug though. I don't really care that much. So I was debating on the tutorial for enemies emit light. Now, if I do this, they first show up in here, and I kind of like them in here. Oh, did you see the like heterogeneous volumes? They're like a 3D particle. It took me forever to figure out they even existed because no one told me. Blah 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 blah. As you can see, they interact with the player. She's got like a little steam shower going on. They interact with anyone because they're like 3D particles. I don't know how okay they are for stuff, but I may want to increase the size of them. Still, I gotta admit, they're kind of neat. How heavy are they though? That's a good question. Let me close out the little backup windows here. Well, they're not in the itch load, so that's also a problem. They're just sitting there all in their lonesome, so as long as they're sitting there all in their lonesome, it's going to be heavier than I want. Interesting. Yeah, well, I'll play with those in a bit. So the problem is this is where I talk about the map. Does the map need to be talked about here? I mean, it's a maze. It's probably the best time the map might be useful, but to be fair, the map is only sort of useful anyway. Might be better. And then the timing on where I want to talk about these things. Maybe the waiting room is where I talk about them. One of the things I can do to change this up here is I can put the key for the waiting room or the key for the control room in here and not in the in this room over here. Give them a reason to, and then I can explain it in here. Kind of sucks that the pipe contraptions or the pipe cleaners won't be in these pipes here though. I did kind of like them in here because they were pretty good for this type of room. But the design of having a key in here that's forcing the player to kind of wander around might be better than having it is just a thing inside here. Also, this doesn't need to be here. This room needs a redesign. I hate it. It just has nothing redeeming about it. Hallways often don't they? They're most boring rooms. Unless you have a pipe maze above or something, then they're a little more interesting in that regard, but then the hallway itself is always really boring. That's a tough call. Or I can just not explain about enemies that emit light because they just themselves emit light. And you just see that there's a light on them. I can make the indicator more clear that you're in the light in the first place. That's true. Maybe I just ditch the tutorial for explaining that and just make the indicator a little more visible. So that you realize, hey, I'm in the light. Without, you know, I mean, it's not like I explain all the mechanics of each boss. Why should I explain the mechanics of every enemy you encounter? You'll figure it out. Got a light on it. Every other light reacts this way. Why wouldn't this light react this way too? I don't want to insult the player's intelligence. I also kind of want the boss health bar to have more bars on it. That's something I might want to figure out. How to make it that the boss has a bunch of bars, because the one bar is really obnoxious, and I don't like it. One thing at a time. This can just be larger. Right? Or maybe I had the words up there for darkness or not. Well, now you can't really miss that you're in the light or the dark, right? It's actually probably too big. But you really can't miss that you're in the light or dark now. Kind of obnoxious levels. Maybe we do like 250. I might actually just want the word darkness and light up there and then just have that thing. It's almost just not that clear. I used to have it above and below the map to make it easier to spot. That might be better. Like, that's probably about the right thing. That you know for certain you're in the light or the dark there pretty easy. It's that or I just include words somewhere. Is that enough of an indicator? That reminds me, because I have that there, if I have to describe the indicator itself too. That is a tutorial I probably need to make sure it works. Hidden's a terrible word for this. You're not really hidden at all. I should just say safe. Not hidden. The music end? We finally hit the end of the 9 million tracks. Fair enough. Sure. Might have to institute a delay here. Because I have no audio. In the darkness. Okay, don't start on those. Work. What are the game settings here? Medium? Okay, well, that's awkward. What else to put in fall? Oh, okay, it just says it's fine. Then it clears out when you leave the box. I need 3 boxes there. Guess doesn't need to be that big because it's no longer deleting them, it's actually just adding new ones. The new dialogue system is so much better for purposes of alerting the player. Not the one for talking in conversations, that one's not very good yet at all, but this one is getting to be pretty good. Maybe even better once I actually have voices for it, dude. Okay, that was weird. Why did it do it multiple times?
A shooting star
Maybe 4 seconds is better. Just kind of give it a second to really kind of not just flash the player with 9 million things. I mean, it doesn't have to because they do sit there until you leave, but it's definitely a thing. Um, Sorry, split it up this way so I can see. I'm keeping these later so I can do like voices off of those as well, know what to write. That reminds me, I have access to some voices to replace. I'm slowly replacing all these garbage voices from this audio here because of the fact that the other one is from a questionable audio pack. Also, I don't like the voices for Annie and Jack. Sorry, not Annie, Amy and Jack. They're very narrow in what they do. Thankfully, I have good old Audacity here. A bunch of recorded stuff to play with. Alright. Not those. You're right, give 0, right?
0, 1, 1.
It's whenever it rolls the dice, I need her to say what it is. Don't ever show this again. I never want to send it to the cloud, but thank you for that.
Two,
Wait, where is this actually saving?
3,
Oh, documents that. Weird. I'm gonna browse to the other and save myself some trouble.
four, 5, 6,
That's why I don't need the full like, amount of foil, just a little bit of foil is probably fine.
6, 7, 7,
It's only 6-sided dice right now, but I may make it like D&D style where it actually goes up to 12-sided dice as you upgrade it. Or I'll have you roll more dice. One of the two is going to happen.
8,
I don't really know. Could go either way.
9, 10, 11, 12,
I don't need higher than that. And then I go to my documents. I realized I was using Audacity. I have Audacity on my thing, and I could just use that over a bunch of online trash. I mean, I might as well. Audacity seems like it's very good at what it does. It can record the audio from things, so I don't have to worry about doing it through OBS and stuff. It's just a better plan. Alright, so here's all these. Guess I'll stop counting it. Its own separate thing here. I forgot to add those to those. It's gonna be so obnoxious having to do all that. I have a lot of sound work ahead of me. I think I've been holding back on that and a lot of the story work. But you know, I'll get to it when I get to it. Like a second door here. One thing, the dice. I should have put the number on them so I could actually make it easier to figure out what's what. Kind of sloppy looking. Toss all these in here, and then I'll throw it around to make certain they sound okay, and yeah.
Three, six, 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 one, five, four, six, five, six, one, five, three, one,
I did not say it sometimes.
two, six, six, two, three, three, four, two,
Sound files sound fine.
one, four, five, six,
Yeah, it just sometimes sounds a bit weird. One of the bids. Good hair in my eye. My plan is to eliminate the Amy and the other voices too. A lot of these ones I really just want to get rid of that sound pack because it's just so. Like I say, if any of the audio when it's questionable, then I kind of question all of it. But at the same time, most of it's probably fine. The animal noises are not okay. I think I deleted those. I guess enemies don't even make footstep noises. It's just Poppet. I don't know if everything needs to make footstep noises though. At some point, it's kind of a lot of, you know, like why? I don't think I've ever used these. I just don't see anywhere I'm going to use these. It's probably better to use, you know, AI voices than voices from a pack where some of the stuff in it was apparently stolen stuff and that they decided to just go dark on. At least the AI voices are, you know, I can legally use. These things, not so much. Also, these are so limited in what they can do. But I worry about this pack, so I'd like to get it out of the thing if possible. It's pretty big, though. It's a lot of stuff. I don't know how much of it Yeah, I don't know. I gotta get rid of Ultimate Animal Sounds. That one's really bad. Guess I didn't delete it already. It's also like 10 gigs inside of the project, too, of sound files. I thought it was such a great deal until they discovered that they were thieves. Well, they say they were unknowing, but when you go dark after not making good with the people, like releasing a pack without the problem seems kind of questionable. See if it's used anywhere. I think I'm using the ghost sounds, though I got some weird monster ones that are much better, I think, on average anyway. But at the very least, I don't care about the voices particularly. Yeah, I'll get rid of 900 sound assets. That's a lot. Yeah, where's this ultimate animal sounds? Go away, ultimate animal sounds. 1,000 like that. That's the one that's the bad one right there. I don't know which animal sounds are bad, but I don't want to figure it out. It turns out that there is a pack for animal sounds that includes like lions, tigers, and all that crap. And it's used in Hollywood, and it's like grossly expensive to use. And they still sounds from it. So I don't really recommend doing that. Hollywood tends to recycle the same crap over and over too. Like they're too lazy to, in their, hundreds of millions of dollars to record a new lion sound. So it's just the same one. They don't even go to the zoo and do it. It's like, if you want a lion's roar, there's plenty of lions at zoos. I'm sure they roar all the time. No? Okay. Sounds good, bro. There's some music in the background. But I figure my plan is, if I get additional funding, I replace all the AI voices without something else, and if I don't, then they stay. The cost of AI voices is basically nothing. It cost me like somewhere between $10 and $30 to voice my whole project. Costs like that to go eat out. Well, actually, it costs about $20 to eat out of a crappy restaurant here. Like fast food, $20 here. Stupid. I wouldn't eat fast food if you paid me, so that seems like a pretty low price for voice acting for your whole game. I'd obviously prefer to have professionals. I'd also prefer to have enough money for professionals. Or any money. Any extra money at all. Why do I go doing everything myself? Plus that backing up the game be a lot faster once I get rid of all this crap. Oh, there's a chicken noise on here. I don't want to use this pack, so I'm just gonna attempt to go to freesound.org and get a new one. I can also delete everything but the chicken noise, and then freesound's not even loading freesound.org. Huh. All right. Just keep all the chicken crap. And then delete the rest of this cursed pack. Now it's gotta do it all again. So there's merit for adding all this crap. And as the game gets more and more focused, I start realizing what I need and don't need, you know? Like, there's definitely certain things, it's like, this, I wasn't certain if I was gonna do that, but now it's just like, I'm 100% certain these things are never getting added. Like, I'm not gonna do a medieval section, I thought about it, but I just don't see a world where that makes sense. This is not a horror game, there's no horror ambiances involved. So no reason to worry about that. I'll take a bio break while it does that. I think I got a moment while it's doing that. Right back. Ah, yes. I added so many crappy things to this project. I think that I'm still using one of the Amy voice noises. I'm pretty certain I am. I just got rid of a bunch of them, but I think it's like maybe the death noise on Poppet stuff. Poppet's so heavy. It's just so much of the game. I mean, however you look at it. Kind of cleaning up my project right now. Just focusing it down to what needs to be done and what doesn't need to be done. And things that I'm just never going to use, so I can have a better idea where I'm going to go with some of these areas. Might do some more Halloween theming for the areas that are... Maybe just around the whole area, honestly. Like, it could just be Halloween. Because, I mean, it is Halloween in as far as the timeline of the story goes, so... Every area could have a Halloween theme to it. That's an interesting idea. I don't see any reason why they couldn't do that. Oh, her death noises are... Actually, she doesn't have a straight up death noise, does she? She has a graph for it. Let's go to her graph. I could just play a collectible noise for it. It's on the combat, isn't it? Yeah. It's actually not even a combat graph. It's actually just damaged and death. I guess the super things like that. It's just sort of a combat graph. Everything's combat centric. How do you replace these right with the hit sounds from that? I'm gonna just yank these two out and then I know what to replace. I need the death 2 Q. Actually, there's just... So death 2 on both. Yeah, I'm just gonna yank these out and then replace them. Make my life a little easier. Because again, I might as well just... If I'm gonna use the AI voice, I'm using all of them. And these aren't even that great anyway. And then, am I using any others of hers? I think it's like a grunt or something when she attacks or something. The tarot graph's actually her combat graph. It's all of her abilities. The combat graph should almost be on there. So should the death graph. Actually, the death graph could have its own graph for that matter. But, I guess it can be its own thing. I'm kind of confusing otherwise. It doesn't matter which one, as long as I gotta make an attack, that's where it makes noises. Right here. Oh, so I put the ability noises inside all those. Okay, so it's already set up to use a different ability noises. That's good. I'm pretty certain I just put the same stupid grunt on all of them because I didn't have anything else to use. So let's yank these out just so I have a backup of them. I should be able to delete the rest of this crap because I'm not going to use her. Again, I'd like to get off of the pack with the stolen sound effects in it. Once I know that's a thing, I'm kind of makes sense to extract it. Maybe I'm weird in thinking that, but just to be safe. Half it sounds like she's in some sort of League of Legends knockoff anyway. Out of ammo. Major mistake. Low energy. It's a trap. I cannot afford that. Oh, miss you. That's actually not what that would be there, but... Helicopter. Some of the things, it's just such a weird collection of words, isn't it? Not enough to actually combine these together because she doesn't have things like the and like a and this, like, you know, all the different little transitional things in a sentence that kind of put it all together. She's missing all that, so it's like, cool, here's a bunch of random words that do nothing. Awesome, thank you. There's laughs in these, isn't there? Yeah. Sure, I'll just take all of them. I don't care. Project needs a serious organization. Modern UI sounds? I'm pretty sure I don't need modern UI sounds. This game is anything but modern. It'd be like the 1920s. I might push it back a little bit to a slightly earlier decade. I don't know. I was originally going to be Victorian, but... The whole Bioshock era is a little more fun, I think. The old Roaring 20s type of look. A little bit of steampunk in there because of like the 30s is when you start getting like World War One, where everything's depressing. $58 wish list. It's gonna be wild when I get the first 100 wish lists. Every wish list makes me think the game is that much better. It's like a little bit of positive reinforcement. That's always nice, you know? I can never think to myself, oh no, there's more things that more people who think this is actually good. Yeah, I don't think any modern UI sounds. You sound like what? No? These are drone noises? How do you know? Can't even hear them. Whoa. Maybe these are better than I thought. That's not. Some of these don't sound bad. Jesus. Because I do need machinery style stuff. I just don't want something that's like space lasers and stuff. Maybe. At first I was like, yeah, and I'm like, maybe. Medieval fight sounds. I don't think I need this. Maybe I do. Because there are melee weapons. Probably not gonna use a bow ever. Okay, that doesn't sound too bad. How did the Steamy adventure end yesterday? I mean, I pretty much ended up putting them in level instances, and that gets the job done. They're, like, you know, lit up at that point. I didn't do them all. And they gave me a refund for it after I'd already done that because I thought it was broken. So now I may have to buy it again. But I want to test how like performant they are before I do that, which I haven't done yet. I need to put a bunch of them on a level, then H-load them all and see how it goes. But they seem to work as long as I do the level instance thingy. If I don't do the level instance thingy. Yeah, they did. Well, I mean, the problem is without knowing what those are, if you all you have to do is open up the pack and it looks like everything is broken. Like, if you saw it on the stream, right? Like, none of the things show anything. It looks like it's completely broken, and he never mentions that you need those like heterogeneous, volumes. That's that thing you have to enable. He never talks about it. It's listed nowhere. So I'm sure they opened up and they're like, yeah, it looks broken. And they refunded. Because the guy had no reviews, and it's like, So it is rare though. I was quite surprised. Yeah, no documentation at all. It never says it anywhere. It's why I was something else that mentioned they even exist, and I was like, wait, what is this? And they're like, it was like some fluid ninja, something like that, that told me about it. And I was like, okay, let me go and show you the thing. I'll go to the website. Let's go to old Fab. If it wants to load. Why is my web so slow? It's just taking forever. It seems like every website is slow. I don't understand why. Yeah, it's this one here. And you can see that it never mentions anywhere in here about those. At all. Didn't see it in the video either. When I was looking it over. It just looks like they work. And you look at the video and it wants to load the video. And it's just like, these are cool, that's great. And this, he just loads his demo map, and I thought, oh cool, you just load the demo map. All right. Looks like it all works. Cool. Has these weird little volumes out there. It does say heterogeneous volume, but who knows what that even is. It's an experimental feature that is not enabled. You must enable it yourself. I didn't even know about that. And I thought, oh, you just go to these and you can edit them and change these. This is what I saw. Oh, cool. Now knowing what the heterogeneous volumes are, how to enable them is very helpful, but I just thought it was broken. And I'm sure the people refunding are like, yeah, it looks broken because they loaded these levels too and this wasn't working. There's just nothing. So a victim of no documentation and, you know, using experimental features without telling anybody that, hey, maybe you should list that you're using this feature. And like I say, if you know what it is, then it's probably not a big thing, but I didn't. I admit it. I had no idea. Yeah, no Discord, no nothing. Just nothing to go by. Top tier stuff, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, like, it just goes on and on. He just goes over these things, but it just never mentions anything about it. It just shows you how the parameters work. And yeah, sure, if you know to enable that one thing, It just goes on and on and on, showing each and every map that supposedly works. Imagine my surprise. I watched this whole video going, "This is so cool." And then none of it worked. And I had no idea. I mean, you know it's bad when Fab actually just gives you the refund even though you've downloaded it, no questions asked. Right? I mean, isn't that should be a dead indicator that, you know, maybe their documentation and their whole project kind of sucks. Like, you know, I'm just saying, that's a little awkward. Not usually what I would expect out of them. So, yeah. That's how it ended up. The worst part is it doesn't seem like it's a bad pack necessarily. Once you figure out how to use it. I'm tempted to message you like, "Hey buddy, yeah, you should I don't know, put some documentation." Just saying, just any kind of documentation. Just maybe. Oh, I got one of the audio that I actually, you know, paid for the rights to use. They flagged me on using it in the stream, saying, "Well, it's eligible to share revenue with them." I paid for copyright-free music from you people, not to share revenue from videos with it. Also, the video makes no revenue in the first place. What? I'll no longer support indie music, people. I'm tired of it. I'm so tired of getting copyright claimed for music that I paid for. I'm past it now. I ain't doing it. They made their bed. I don't see myself ever using this stuff. Well, maybe a water. I don't know. I was just removing 9 million extra sound effects from this game because I didn't think I needed all of them. Casual game announcer? I kind of feel like that's not going to be necessary.
3, 2, 1.
First time you've heard about those heterogeneous files, have you used volumetric? Yeah. I mean, it is really new.
Books.
Because, you know, sometime in like the last couple updates that they started talking about 3D particles. Might have been this one, but I think it was actually like 5.5 where they started talking about it. And I was like, I didn't know anything about it. I was like, that's cool. I didn't look at it at all because I wasn't going to make any particles. So I was like, yeah, whatever. I'm just going to delete these. I don't want announcer voices. And it's just, there's a lot of things in Unreal Engine. Like I say, if that person had just written down what it was, just explained it, had a Discord, an email, something. But to be fair, you're right. That wasn't even email or Discord. How am I even supposed to contact them to tell them there's a problem with their documentation? They should include that. And with the rating system on Fab, you can't leave any kind of explanation. It's just a star rating. That's it. So I can't even help them there. Kind of crappy. So I don't know what to do on that one. They're kind of neat. I do need Steam effects. I guess on the YouTube video I could leave a thing. Yeah, exactly. They should enforce some standards. They don't even care at all. Goodness knows I've already like multiple times bought and stolen assets on there, not realizing they were stolen, and just had to throw them out of my game. It's just like, oh, that money's just lost. And so, you know, every time that happens, I become a little more leery about buying from these things. And it's not always things that are, you know, have no reviews either. Like, I got nailed on this sound effect thing that I'm removing a bunch of sound effects from because it's full of a lot of, well, it had some stolen ones in there that were proven by a YouTuber that they were stolen. And so now I'm kind of extracting it from my game because I'm worried more than that. And their response was to say, yeah, it was some subcontractor that did it. And they never made right by it or anything. They just stopped talking about it. Stopped responding. It's like, I don't know if I should be using this stuff here. That's a little weird. It's a little bit maybe like, I should get off that boat. Who were they called? It was, Sidearm Studios were the people. And, you know, yeah. Let me attempt to find them. Fab search system is hot garbage. Let me skip Fab search system and go directly to my own thingy. So I can search through my own assets to see what I have here. Because I'm pretty certain it was... It's one of the forest ones is like there. Yeah, this one here is a Sidearm Studios one. Yeah, these people. And you might be thinking, yeah, maybe they just made some sound effects like that and maybe they didn't make anything else. They made a lot of stuff, by the way. And now I'm like, should I use their stuff? I saw what they did. Huh. And they can't, I got a lot of it from a Humble Bundle too, so. Get screwed on a Humble Bundle. You see, that's why I have so much of their stuff, because it came from a Humble Bundle. Yeah, that's just it. So I was like, well, I should probably get rid of these sounds, because they're from that pack. This was a free for the month. As you can see. And they have a lot of stuff, and it's like, oh, cool. I got ruined on that one. And then I got ruined on this one. Which doesn't have a fab, if memory serves, anymore. For the Sidearm Studios sound pack one, a YouTube video that they were linking in the actual Discord for Sidearm Studios saying that, hey, this says your stuff is stolen. And then this one, back when they had comments on the Unreal Marketplace, the people who made a game for it, where the assets are stolen, showed up and said, hey, we found your pack includes these assets from our game. And, you know, they listed what their game was and says, hey, if you don't want Epic to be involved, you should delete this product. Well, they can't delete the product from my library. I tried to get a refund saying, hey, these people said it's stolen. Epic was like, no. I'm like, oh, okay, well, now that we've settled on that one, thanks. I can't get too angry at them because they give me so much free stuff that I guess I just choke it on that one and whatever. As you can see, there's no page for it anymore, so I can't look at it either. So that was a problem. Just shrank everything down. Which sucks because it was really cool and full of lots of things that were interesting, but I can't remember the name of the game for the life of me, but I went and watched a playthrough of their game and found all the assets in their video. I was like, all right, they're really in there. It's really just straight up stolen. But the ugly part is this guy still has assets somewhere in there. I don't remember what his name was, is the problem. I can't see the page, but he didn't take down his assets at all. He just took down this one. Epic didn't care. Even though I reported the product is stolen. Yeah. Now I guess Fab might not care. But to be fair, I've never asked Fab for anything until today. So Fab might be different than Epic when it comes to that kind of stuff. I don't know. But those are the only two that were like contained stolen things where I just had to completely remove it. This one had animal sounds that were stolen. So now I'm like, well, okay. But not everything's been proven stolen, just some of it. But I question, it's like, okay, well, if this is stolen, then what about the others? I just want fired. Problem is I don't have a lot of these things, so I don't know what I'm gonna do if I get rid of them. But at least I can get rid of all the voices I don't need. Over time, I'll probably get rid of the rest of it too. Pirate sounds, break bottles, flintlocks, eating. A lot of these things aren't going to be necessary because I'm not going to have a world that's so complex that I have to, have, them drinking and eating their toys. Yeah, kind of cleaning up a lot of the crap in this game. There's just a lot of files in here that I'm not going to use. I was just going through and eliminating what I could. Because, yeah. Also, all the audio things, I'm just going to use AI stuff unless I can afford, voice actors anyway, so. Most of these didn't sound good to start with, so I don't really feel bad getting rid of the stolen sounds that didn't even sound that great. Whereas it's like, Speechify is like $10 for 2 hours of audio a month. It's like $20 to eat fast food here. I do my whole game for like eating out twice or something. Like what? And then if I end up getting, money to support like having the real thing, then I won't feel like I'm out too much. Obviously, I would prefer the real thing, sure. That would be like $10,000 for my game to do that. That is a lot of money. I do not have $10,000. Not at all. I'm very poor. Well, not like overwhelmingly poor, but poor enough. Oh, I think because I have a... This thing is linked all over the place. I think it's just a weird hit noise. Well, that's good to know. Poppet doesn't need this. Ghost Kiss 3. Huh. I guess I'm not getting those. It's probably that weird damage noise I've had for everything under the sun. Yeah, I might as well clean stuff up as I'm going. Really focus down the project. That's way too loud for me. Focus down the project and get rid of the concept stuff that sounds fun on paper, but realistically is never happening. Yeah. Yeah. I could probably get like the meta Poppet and things like that, but actually I'm pretty much 100% certain I can get rid of the whole thing, but whatever. I don't need this right now. I've been pretty good about keeping it somewhat okay as is. But mostly I was working on sound effects and adding in a bunch of stuff and then just removing noises and things from stuff. And I guess there's a ghost noise somewhere in here that's being used on Poppet. Never set default sounds unless you plan on keeping it. Because later on I go, oh, and forget all about it. But some stuff's really old, so... Oh wait, I want sound-based attack sound to play. Those all replace that, so... How is that even linked to her? Oh yeah, definitely. And then you look at all the licensing you need too, and it's gross. You need so much stuff. And it's just... I just can't afford that. And all they're doing is speaking a handful of words. And most of them aren't even all that good from their demo tapes. I'm like, The problem I have is that most of my characters, well, there's a lot of female characters in the game, and I can't voice act women. There's without like some kind of AI voice changer. Like I've tried regular voice changers, and they're terrible. So we don't want any of that. I don't know how the sound is even linked to her. Unless on one of these things it's just a default noise. I don't see any default on there. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm proud of it. I found one woman who it seemed like she was cheap and pretty good, but the other problem was she wanted the entire script. And it's like, I don't have the entire script right now. I'm going to build it as I go and just keep adding things and making it better and better. So I wouldn't even be able to make use of her until like near the end of the project. And until then, I'd rather have like, you know, AI voices to, you know, see how things sound and work around with it, because I don't have to provide the entire script for those. I don't have to go, oh, look, can you record this for me and everything like that, and drop a, like, you know, extra money for every license, because you have to record all the words at once, because otherwise you got to pay for extra licenses across the board. It's just not set up in a very good way for me to do what I want to do, you know? So I kind of, yeah, I don't know. Just kind of got to do what I got to do. You know, not much else I can do about it. Just you got to do what you got to do. I think I've kind of cleaned out a lot of what I don't want in this project already. Just sound effects right now, and then VFX that are going to be questionable. There's so many things I'm not going to use. I mean, it's mostly the Ultimate SFX that I might want to get rid of. I'm not sure I even need half this crap. Like, what are fight sounds? Body drops? But these don't even sound good. Like heavy game punch? Like, what is this crap? Yeah, like she had lots of stipulations on like no cussing and nothing adult, and sure, there's nothing adult in this game to really worry about. I mean, it's not an adult game, but I mean, it's just, you could tell that she was like doing, she works professionally for like anime and everything, because like she had clips from an anime thing, and I played it on stream, her demo thing, and then got a pretty solid claim from, I think, Aniplex USA for having listened to her demo. So clearly she does it for anime. And yeah, I think she's worried about that. And that's fair. It's just that, again, for me, it's not going to work very well, because I don't have it all together yet. It's going to get built over time, over the next year and a half or so. So I really can't just go, yeah, here's the whole script, buddy. I also have to trust a random idiot on the internet with my whole story, and I hope they don't steal it. There's that too. It's like, I don't know anything about you. I'm sure you're completely fine. Random person I know nothing about, don't even know the real name of. What could possibly go wrong with this? And she was cheap too, and did a decent job. Like the ones that were like expensive, and like they didn't have as many stipulations, but their prices were so astronomical. Like, I do it for Netflix. Yeah, well, you're like $500 base, and then like 2,000 extra for those, you know, licenses, just so you can do like 1,000 words for me, is gonna not even do the collectibles for my game. So like, what are we talking about here? I can't afford you. That's insane. Now it's just kind of the problem. Hey DXR, how's it going? Don't think I'm gonna use a bunch of zombie noises. I think I'm gonna use the little cute monsters thingy, which seems better. We were just discussing how overpriced voice actors are. Yeah, pretty good. Hanging out, cleaning the project up. Pretending like I'm being useful, failing. Oh yeah, the zombie hits. I need to have different hits for these things because I don't really want to use zombie ones for them. I'm removing as much of the sound pack as possible because it had some stolen assets in it. So I kind of want to make certain it does not have stolen assets in it by removing it from the world. It wasn't good. Maybe it would also be cool to work with someone else, brainstorm. Yeah, but it just is expensive, and yeah. That's part of the problem is the people who could afford to do all them, like, you know, the big studios use AI because they're just cutting costs, and those of us who can't afford to do it will end up using AI because we just cannot afford their exorbitant prices. Because, you know, most indie devs have no money. It's kind of part and parcel for being an indie dev. Usually you're dirt poor because most of them don't work out. Ah, perfect. Yes. It's, is there an open all? There could be. I think it's just the NPC has a default hit. Let's just remove that as a thing, right? It might be damaged. No. Huh. All right. Where in the world is it linking these? Don't mention it. It's actually, it's Satan. Yeah, pretty much. You know, it's there's plenty of artists out there who are gonna get really angry at it, but at the end of the day, AI's here to stay, man. If I had money to pay for the good things, I would, but the price tag on them is so high, and like I say, I don't have extra money. This is paid out of extra scratch. I just kind of have sitting around as I'm going, and most of it's just work I do. Yesterday, I saw collapse graphs from one of your graphs. I was wondering how'd you do that? Did you program directly in collapse graphs? Because I personally created graphs in the left section of my blueprint, but I can't drag them. Like it was a panel of all your collapse graphs. No. If you want to collapse something into a graph, just select it all, right click and select collapse nodes, and it becomes a graph. And then you can just do that to anything inside of a thing too if you want. And that's how I have it on the where are you at? Oh, these are outside of the stuff I work with. I keep all the stuff I've made separate so it's easy to find. Well, most of the stuff. I need to move some of the stuff around. Same thing here. You can take any amount of nodes you want to select, even other graphs, and just go select them all and then just click collapse nodes and it becomes a graph. And that's inside of a graph already. So you can just do that infinitely. You can just select whatever you want, collapse nodes, and that becomes a graph. And then inside there, you can put a bunch of nodes and collapse that, and just collapse nodes into, yeah. And they're pretty good because, you know, they appear as a graph, as you can see over here. But you can't drag graphs. That's not how it works. A graph only exists in one location. But you can reference something on the graph. Like if you have an event on a graph, you can reference the event on the graph. Which I do on Poppet, like with this sound thingy, right? The item collected graph. Right here, I list, you know, play collectible audio. Play collectible audio is on its own little graph. Right over here. So you can just reference the events that way. It's really good for, You can have everything on a graph. You can have any kind of, there's no limitations on, like, you know, macros and functions. You think you was wondering if that's what you did? Class node 2, but a small piece of code that I want to be in functions, you know? You can also create graphs in the left panel, of course. Sure. But no point in making them there, because whenever I'm making a graph, it's because I want to basically collapse a bunch of nodes. So I just make it on the actual thing. It's just a lot easier that way. It does make life a little bit easier. Somewhere there's sounds that are just, they have a default sound on them that is in fact a problem for me here. Ah, spawn sound. No, you just don't care, huh? Yeah, I'm not gonna have a spawn sound for these for now. I want to get rid of all those zombie thingies. Thankfully, I took a picture of everything that can have one. Just gonna copy paste the sound over and over. Give me on all of them because I duplicated it over and over. Oh, thanks. Yeah. Today I'm just kind of cleaning the project and programming stuff because I don't feel like designing anything today because I just did so much designing the last handful of days. I feel a little creatively bankrupt at the moment, so kind of taking a slight break from creating things to improve code for a bit. And just, you know, improve FPS as well. Oh, I'm okay with cute small creature. I'm not sure I'm even gonna use this, but whatever. I'm just getting rid of all these sounds because I don't want them. Obviously, I'd rather work on things, but again, like I say, the stuff from this pack is questionable in legality, so you gotta get removed. Sadly. just the same one. Big fat creature ones. The creature pack is funnier anyway. Way better sound effects in this trash. These are just the placeholders till I had something better. I think there's another bitey or something that would have it. I'll try to delete them again, see what happens. I hate sound effects. Too much effort to get all the sound effects I need. I'm gonna start making my own at this rate. Okay, so sponsor laugh, and then for the hit noise, awkward sounding, but sure. At least it's not the other thing. I mean, a death noise. Oh wait, these are monster sounds. So this is the wrong one. That's terrible. That's the ultimate sound. I was like, wow, these sound terrible. Okay, well, let's replace them with one of the other ones from the much better pack. Cartoon monster voices. Whoa. Sound like little female characters. Good God. Wow. Okay, maybe not. Yeah, definitely for the female characters. Like the child female characters. Yeah. Okay. Let's play the game here. I'll say gibberish, things like that. Hard to tell what it's even going to say. That'll do. Roars and things, but a lot of roars. A lot of roars. Huh. Huh. Oh, hurt. Maybe. Actually. Huh. Maybe. That's a long noise. I'm gonna put the other one there. There's just kind of a thing. I don't know if I want to spawn noise or not. I might just clear those out. Just so I can get rid of that garbage from that thing and deal with it later. Hmm. Do. Well, thanks for the love, Antinius. How's it going? Just in time to see me extract a bunch of crappy audio noises from my game. That were a pack that proved to have stolen assets in it. And I'm so glad I paid money for. That is what I am doing right now. Turns out they were used in a lot of random locations. Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. Careful what you buy on the bad marketplace. Take a picture of this so I know what I'm dealing with. Then after that, I'm going to replace them with better sounds. I'm just going to clear these out. I'm not even going to bother to replace them right now. I guess I could replace them. Is that what I want to do? I mean, huge monsters? Eh. I guess I'll have to do it later anyway. I'm going to clear these first. I don't care. I care, but when I get to it, I'm going to get to it. Not just do a couple sounds for each one. I'm going to do a whole bunch of them. Patrick needs some work in general anyway. Let's just get rid of this crap right here. Oops. Did I get rid of the taunt sound? Yeah, probably not. And then a stitch thimble head thingy. I think I just duplicated a bunch of crap. Yeah. As a reference to Pinhead, I have Thimblehead, who's, you know, he's got a Thimblehead. He looks really weird. Like his current animation thing, he's a bit messed up because he's borrowing Patrick's, so he looks like he's got back problems. I haven't actually done anything with him. I just was like, oh, I'll just make this an idea, and then I duplicated the blueprint and never did anything with it. Just to remind myself later that maybe, just maybe, I might want to do that. Alright, that should let me get rid of all those garbage sounds. Oops, that's all I want to do. Fair enough. Doesn't really matter. Updating redirect references doesn't do anything bad. In any world. It's only good. I don't care if it's referenced in memory. That's fine. You can reference it in memory if it makes you happy. Give it a second while it deletes that. External references. What? External references use these things. It's not in any level that I know of. Shouldn't be. I figure today I'll remove like, 20 or 30 gigs out of the project. Maybe more will happen as well. I mean, I did do some coding earlier. I got myself a new, 256 gig USB drive to keep it back for the project, in case anything ever happens. And it takes over an hour to copy the project out of there because there's so much crap in it. I'm just saying, it's kind of a lot. Where are these even at? Show in folder view? Oh. Hey, I didn't realize I had these. UI Nav just has them, huh? Oh, shit, son. Huh. Well, that solves that problem. I was going to buy some of those. But apparently, if you just UI Nav just comes with them for you, so you don't have to do anything. Okay, well. Something for later, no doubt. Exactly. That's just good times right there. Occasionally, sometimes things just go your way. I mean, it doesn't always happen, but when it does, you gotta be happy about it. You just jump for joy and be like, yep, life is good. Oh yeah, this ghost thingy is referenced a bunch. I gotta figure out where this reference is. Because it's on Poppet, and I don't want Poppet to have extra references. There must be somewhere that there's a sound noise that's just played on Poppet that's not actually a variable. Which I should never do because it's easy to lose stuff and then you're just the saddest person ever. That's just like a default damage noise. Gonna copy paste sound. For all these bosses, I'm just gonna have, you know, voices for them specifically, so they'll not have a bunch of recycled crap. Preferably paid voice actors if I can even afford them. Adding this much crap open. No sound effects in here. It's just that one, huh? People always like, you never optimize, bro. First of all, I optimize all the time, but you know, this is the optimizations. What in the world? Man, 2D side-scroller game mode is a travesty. Hey, Shara, how's it going? In a bit. How you doing? As an ad break starts. Beautiful. I gotta go to all these and remove the 2D scroller game mode from them. I didn't realize it was doing that. Makes sense. I also didn't realize the game mode was linked directly to Poppet. I guess it is, though. Oh, there we go. So, how you doing, Char? Now that the ad break is over. Stupid ad break. Ruining everything. I've been super busy, had a lot of life changes, ups and downs. Lately it's been really rough for me, but I'm doing a lot better. Are you happy and love myself? Well, sorry to hear that things have been rough for you. But glad to hear you've learned to be happy and love yourself. I mean, you know. Sounds like life could definitely be worse, right? I mean, you're here watching me play with my dolls on Twitch. I mean, that alone is already a sign that life is going good. Pretty certain that's how it works, right? Apparently all these levels are linked to Poppet, so I'm fixing that. Oh, nice. Have you figured out what kind of game you're going to make? Or at least, you know, like the elevator pitch of what the game's going to be? I'd be surprised how many people can't tell me that. I'm gonna make a game. I don't know what to make. Oh. But how you make game? Also, which engine you gonna use and all that. Tell me things. I like stuff. Must know. Much important such wow. Must know. Something like that. Holy crap, look at all the garbage this was linked to. Maybe a psychological horror. Maybe combine the TP demo with Outlast. You've also looked the old good Nancy Drew Heritage Interactive games, point and click stuff, or just puzzles that'd be similar and stuff. That's fair. You could just do both. Psychological horror and a Nancy Drew puzzle. I don't know how that works out, but... I play point and click games on my phone all the time. Those are, if I'm going to play a game, like those are ones all the time's relative. But when I would play games on phone, it's usually those because they really control well on a phone. It's also really good to play right from to fall asleep or something. Back when I wasn't always exhausted. I'm just always exhausted. Horror games are really good for visuals because they're just easy to do. Plus you can react to them. Admittedly, it's probably pretty hard to react to your own stuff after a while because you know it's all coming, but maybe. Yep. I mean, they might have actually just taken the one from SpongeBob for all I know. some weird pirate asset thingy. Actually, I think I deleted 90% of the crap on it because I was trying to pull things off of it. And yeah, I left the game mode so that it was linked to Poppet, and I'm removing all of them so that she's not linked. It might be. I mean, I wasn't the man. This is just an asset pack, so I get all these asset packs and I go to test them. So I set the game mode to my 2D side scrolling. So this is what my testing game mode. And then I leave it on these levels, and then it links it to Poppet. So I've been accidentally linking a lot of things to Poppet. This I will keep. This I will keep. This is fine. I will not keep this. Yeah. I mean, I get a reference to SpongeBob in the form of Patrick, the like starfish looking boss. Yeah. He's also a voodoo doll. Oh yeah, I was explaining how to do a thing on this map. As an explainer, I don't need the map, so we're gonna move on. Loading up a million levels. Oh. I've considered making both those game types before. The point-click adventure because I could put it on the phone and make money, and the horror game because they're easier to do than what I'm doing. I'm also kind of adding a bit of horror into this game, but not on the same level, of course. But adding a few horror elements in, so I'm kind of putting my foot in that world in my design. Yeah. But I've been learning a lot more menu stuff lately, so all the point and click games are very menu centric. I don't even know if I'd use Unreal Engine to do a point and click game unless it was one of the ones like The Room or something like that. You know, one of the ones with like the 3D contraptions that maneuver and everything like that. Then I might. Huh. That would be pretty sick to make something like The Room. Have you figured out which engine you're going to use for it? More important, oh, actually, also, why did you end up deciding to make a game suddenly? Like, I mean, not that I think everyone should make games. It's so much fun, but it sounds like you had an epiphany that game making was what what you should be doing in life. Yeah, to make a game easy, that's right. I could probably produce a point-and-click adventure pretty fast. The quality of it would not necessarily be great, but the bare bones thing could probably print pretty fast. The puzzles might take a bit of time, depending upon things, but a lot of times I've found they just kind of recycle the same puzzles and change a few things around in each puzzle. But it's like the same handful of puzzles. Like there's like, I think they're up to like Lost Lands 20 or something like that. And it's like the same game where the puzzles, like there's a one of each type of puzzle in like all of them, and they just changed around a bit. And the fact that there's 20 of them should tell you how well they're doing. Then they sell them to Google Play, which is why I played a bunch of them, because if you have Google Play, you pay like $5 and you just play all of them. Or $30 a year or something like that. And it's like, okay, cool. So you do that, and I imagine they get some chunk of change for people playing on Google Play, so enough that they keep doing it. I really had no idea this game was directly linked to Poppet like this. So many levels referenced. So many levels. I'm surprised the game is running this well. That also means when it packages, it's going to add all this crap too. Reloading the other level? Bad size, I agree. Just a ship floating around. Look at this water is terrible, by the way. Like, what is this? This is some of the worst water I've ever seen. That's not what water does. Holy crap. And look at how it just goes up and down all spastically. Jesus. It was free, but I almost want my money back. I wish cable actors didn't suck. Like, they don't interact correctly with anything. Like, you could just eventually phase through them by just pushing on them, and they're supposed to act like some sort of a cable or rope thing, and they just... They don't do it. They don't do it, man. They don't do it. Stop linking to Poppet, please. It is a problem. And the list of levels continues. There's only like these 3, 4 left. Wait. 10? Yeah, so all these are still linked to her, and the reality is I need Chapter 1, and I don't know why the other ones aren't even linked to her. Huh. There's a 5.6 demo? Which 5.6 demo? Was it sweet? I like water. Is that like the Stacko one? Presentation? Which presentation? I have so many questions. I know they had the Stacko project, which seems like it probably has some stuff in it. If they had this project here, they were doing a game jam for. And it kind of makes a bunch of stuff, and honestly I could look at it. I'm not sure there's anything here I could actually use though. You look at it, it's not exactly fitting for my world. Nor is there any water. The clouds are kind of cool. But I have weather. Fair enough. Well, let me know. I'm definitely curious. As I delink Poppet from every test level I've ever done, I'm so surprised this game ran as well as it did. Let me just link to like 15 extra levels. It'll be fine. What could go wrong, Smile? What could go wrong? What could go wrong? Well, apparently if I remove the game mode there, it just moves it across the board and doesn't actually count. It's just the extra game mode that I put on top that's a problem. I'm gonna go empty some alcohol real fast. I think I drank that a little quick. Right back. All right, let us continue. I just need to get rid of this dumb thing there. I can't believe I didn't notice this, but I haven't checked the reference review in a long time. I usually check the size map. But the reference reviewer is a thing you do want to check periodically, I guess. Whatever. Fine. See how long it takes to load each of these levels, so you can see pretty much how much was being wasted by having to load Poppet in with all these things. It's all this crap I have open. I would just like to point out that doing tutorials ain't it. Look at how few they've yeah, they didn't do so hot. That's 23 likes. That one did pretty good. Beyond that though, I mean, like, that's pretty bad. Like one stream, well, it used to be sometimes one stream would get that many things. Not lately, but still. Color me unimpressed. I might use this one for my the church I'm gonna do, because it's got all these, you know, messed up ones like this that are all like evil. It's like an evil church. You have like evil stuffs. And I don't need this super bright one as much as I think I want this one, because it just looks like it's full of bizarre writings and stuff. And a messed up looking table there. I mean, so I was considering using a different one, but the more I get into this, the more I realize what I really have planned. Like, you know, I figured out how the last area will look. And I will be requiring at least some sort of weird altar church type stuff in general in the game. I mean, I already have the chapel as well. To be honest, I would redo the chapel if it wasn't going to take so long to look a little less nice and a little more creepy. It might get a glow up too. It could happen. I'm a big fan of glow ups when it comes to my levels. I don't need the broken world. I'm not even going to keep this, honestly. It was an idea, but the idea was a bad one. Because it's too much. Like, the amount of extra stuff. I'd have to produce, like, double the amount of enemies in the game and everything, and in bosses, it would never get done. Even though it'd be really cool to have it. It also makes no sense whatsoever for why it would be that way. I just thought it'd be cool to have an upside down world. But let me tell you, it wasn't that cool. Yeah, this actually reflects some of the ways, a lot of the ways the old game was. How the old levels were. If you flipped it upside down, you'd see exactly how everything used to be in the game. That room's never changed. That room hasn't changed recently. Oh, this had the strength altar when I was gonna have the strength altar there, then I got rid of it. The old magician room. Holy crap, that's bright. Jesus. I don't know. It's kind of cool, I guess, but I don't care. Well, technically this probably doesn't matter. But there's no reason for 2D side-scroller game mode to be on Whimsy Wonders building. There's exactly zero reason for that to be necessary. I don't even run around in it. So you can link to the one she's directly on, sure. The title doesn't need it either, for that matter. I have no idea why the title would even have it. This map is... What is this map? Oh, for the title image. Okay, sure. One thing only updated water plugin. Oh. Yeah, I don't have much use for landscapes here. Look at how many less levels she's linked to. That's gross. 304. Thanks, I hate it. A lot of stuff does link to... Oh yeah, because she has a rope that appears around her neck? Yeah, for the thing, sure. Poppet doll, sure. All her 9 million materials, of course. Jesus. Animation she's linked to, sure. She shouldn't really be linked to these tutorials either, for that matter. I guess she probably calls upon him. How obnoxious. Oh, it's Poppet. She's linked to lots of stuff, like all of her animations and everything like that too. All the materials that make her up. These are menus she calls upon. Abilities she uses. Some things I need to... She's linked to these sound cues, but it doesn't add to her size map. Because they are referenced. Like a soft ref, but soft refs still count as being a reference on here. They don't quite load the same though. She spawns a lot of crap, not gonna lie. She has a lot of weapons. Exactly. Pretty much there, Max. It's definitely you know, Poppet really is a good portion of the game. Pretending otherwise is adorable, but silly. She, in fact, has a lot of things. Gameplay tags, sure. But you see the difference on these ones being soft refs versus, you know, regular refs. And she has to reference all her materials because they're not... She doesn't have just one material or anything. Yeah, she is. Honestly, for being over half the game by herself, she really isn't all that complicated. You'd be surprised how much of it's not that bad. And the things that reference her directly are only over here. And this one is only referencing her temporarily because of the fact that I've been moving around on it. As soon as I remove the 2D side-scroller game mode, it will no longer reference her on there. These ones here are Epic's fault. And these are both linked to this, which then links to that, so... This is cyclical. So Poppet menu probably doesn't need to be there. Do I even use Poppet menu on the menu, or... I don't think I do anymore. So there's no reason to even have her existing. Yeah, for sure. I reckon the biggest blueprint I've ever seen. Yeah, there's she used to be a lot bigger. She was referencing a whole bunch of levels because I left a extra thing on her to make it where she could I left the wrong game mode on there. So the game mode was linking to her, was terrible. Is this actually used anywhere, the Poppet menu? No. Then I don't need it. One less thing to link to Poppet. Poppet can link to Poppet. I'm okay with her linking to herself. That is acceptable. It's not bad. Wonder if her size map got any less bad. Her size map is atrocious for certain. Yeah, it's still sitting about the same. 1.6. You got to keep in mind though that 1.1 of it is literally the game animation samples movement. So she's actually only 500 gigabytes for everything else. Sorry, 500 megabytes for everything else. It's just that I can't do much about that. That's just their whole movement system ever. All those animations come at a price, yeah? And it wasn't programmed the best. I was hoping they come up with a new version of it, but I haven't heard anything about it, so... Here's to hoping they keep updating it. I've been going through and removing things like this map section doesn't need to really be on here. That's 71.6 megabytes every time Poppet loads that I'm sure I can find a way to not need. Well, sound you don't really want to be big in size. You can actually just, you know, do like soft references, and then you don't have to worry about it. Then it doesn't get added to her size map. You have to async load, which can cause some issues, sure. But they mostly just have some steps right here, I believe, and that's basically it. There's just so many animations. So many animations. And it looks great. But it is a hell of a price tag. Whereas if I just did my animations, it'd be like a lot less, but she would look a lot less cool moving, so... It is what it is, you know? Why is Unreal Engine so slow? Looks at the, you know, new movement system. I definitely find that they don't really give a crap. Epic's just like, we don't care. We'll just, as complicated as possible. I'm like, but Epic. Why Epic? You don't need to do this. You really don't. And they're like, but we think we do. And I'm like, God damn it. They're gonna do it no matter what I say. How are we? Okay, up here. Maybe you're linked to player here? What do you have that's even remotely referencing the player? These aren't even used, right? Because it just sends the brush image, I just delete them. I got rid of like everything on here for the most part, so I might as well delete everything I'm not using. Oh, I am using that, okay. Widget mini painting world. Map menu. Maybe this is actually the thing that's linking it. But why? How are you referencing Poppet? It's because map menu, she references map menu. Is that the issue? Alright, Popster. don't actually do that. I just do this with it. Could just put directly in. I don't know why I'm doing that. Probably should actually. Or having a little variable on the side is pretty helpful too. Fine. I'll save and do this so I can move multiples at once. This. Map section's still loading her, huh? You're not directly linked in, are you? No. The problem really is with this one here. Map menu somehow links directly to Pop. I can break it? No. God to me, boy. Awesome, build a targeting system at some point. All these water interactions aren't even going to be in the game. I got rid of them for a lot of it. Oh, throw dance in there for fun. I toggle just for useful things. I'm at a loss where I also would even reference the map. Hmm. I can reduce those if I want. Oh, this is actually just the move Poppet Cube right here. It's not even linked to anything. It's just literally sitting out here all by its lonesome. Probably should have deleted that, huh? It's not even used. Put the SPLS and clean stuff up when you're done. That one's gone now. I'm saying I could pretty much only reduce this part here. That's the only thing that can be changed at all. But anytime I remove anything from Poppet herself, it's obviously great because, you know, it's kind of a lot of stuff going on here, you know? Why are these tutorials linked here? Oh, I know. I can remove all the tutorials. Oh, it's in the struct. Oh, God. Oh, wait, this, it's in this one. These should never be what they are. They should actually be, soft refs. All of them should be. Most of them are, except these two. But otherwise, it's going to link to 20 different widgets or 20 different, and actually it'll be like more tutorials than that. It'll be like 66 tutorial thingies, each one with like, you know, a small size, but that would add up to more than I want, right? Because, I mean, the size map on this, that's not a size map. Each one of these is 71.1 megabytes, and there's like all of them just sitting in there on Poppet's size map. That's not good. There's only I think like 6 or 7 of them right now, but there's quite a few of them. Tutorials, which right there. It's actually 8 of them. A little samba dancing right there. Nice. I don't even know what these are, but I kind of think they don't matter because they're tiny. Self doesn't matter. If you remove that, it ends the game. You get a different game ending. Isn't that how Nier Automata works? You remove this little self tip and it kills you or something. Pretty certain that's how it works. Anyone who says different, nobody likes them anyway. Alright. This is gonna suck, so I'll have to go through and change it in so many locations again. Every time I edit this, it has to be changed. I'm actually tempted to do some editing on how it works, to have it be like a bunch of smaller structs inside of it, because of how it is, it's gotten so long. And it's really annoying to connect it everywhere. Also, these animations could actually be that plus the play rate, so they're not like a separate little thing. And then when I go to change it, I don't have to do as much work. Yeah, I might do that. I'm gonna have to open it up and tweak it anyway, so I'm gonna tweak it. Huh. Energy of Picks Game Optimization, Episode 7. I'll add to my list of things to look at later. Save it to my watch later. Thanks. One of the problems I've been having is trying to figure out what resources it would require to even run the game. Because Steam like, well, what are you going to take to run the game? I'm like, I don't know, Steam. The game's not finished. How am I supposed to know what it's going to need? Hopefully less by the time I get to that point. As it is right now, it's going to need a fair amount, but I'm fixing that. Yeah. I'm sure there are. But it's one of those things where benchmarking it now doesn't really help because the game's, you know, not there yet, right? So if I benchmark it now, it's like, cool, but so? What good does that do me? I think that's really the issue going on. It's the, well, I could, but so? Yeah, I gotta get to the demo point first. It's a lot of stuff. It's like, well, I gotta do this and that, and not there yet. Not there yet. Some year, but that year is not now. I'll have to re-enter this information here, but I can put the weapon socket 1 and 2 in there, and I can make it so there's not 4 extra things to do it, and then I can do the animations too. I don't know why I didn't do this before. Where I can just add any number of animations and just remove a bunch of this stuff here. I'll be able to move all 4 of those and all 4 of those now. And all those, so I'll be able to move 12 things from every time this thing is put anywhere. That's pretty good. I can have multiple projectiles to spawn too if I want. I don't know why I didn't do this in a better way. I mean, it's just a dumb way that I was doing everything. And then I'll probably just have tarot stats. Where I just have the name for each one, a string thing, and then just a bunch of floats. Yeah. Map variables are glorious. Sure, it's annoying when you want to find the things, but it's fine. Looks like tarot stats, I guess. Maybe I just put stats. That'll let me remove 90% of this crap. And then maybe just tarot info, so if I have any additional info later, I can just add it as a string among strings. So I can just have ability info and those things, just really compress this garbage down. Sure. This will be more useful later because I can easily expand it, whereas I can't expand it the other way. That's gonna be a big thing I do a lot of, is just constant optimization. I'm adding a bunch of things and improving how stuff looks, but every time I do that, I gotta also, you know, do the other two. I'm gonna leave all these so I remember what to add as well. I might have multiple widgets. I could actually put everything on the same card. Like, instead of having like a bunch of different ones like that, I could actually just have a put them all as one struct. It'd be a lot easier than scrolling through freaking 66 of them. Just have 22 of them, and then just check each box for which one you have. But if I do that, then I need like a mini struct inside of a struct. Tarot card level could easily just be a float. That can just be in stats. Even though I'm not currently using it. Am I going to really switch it to where it's just one of a bunch of ones like that, or am I going to make it where it's those? I mean, it is easier this way if I just leave it. But I'm going to do a bunch of changing of it anyway. Probably over the next couple hours, if anything, knowing how this is going to go. But in most cases, one of the problems I'm going to run into is if you get them out of order. Because some of the ones don't, you can get like bypass the first version of it, and that's how I dictate if you have the weapon. So in reality, there should probably be like another struct inside here. And that struct should have all this other stuff here. Thanks, Wise Baker. I shall indeed have a good stream. Been good so far. Just kind of doing my stuff. Making my stuff better. Oh, thanks for the follow. Are you into game dev? Making all the good stuffs? Are you into our hopeless addiction? I like that little... the clapping, the people clap. Nice. There's the option running a cloud PC, right? So in theory, you can pick system test. There, it's not available for your playtest. Yeah, I could. Probably not going to do that much. What I'm going to do is, I have a 1080 at my office. That's the lowest I'm going to test for. You don't have a 1000 series card. This game ain't for you. It's really, I mean, this game's really not for you if you don't have a 1000 series card. Like, what are we talking about here? What? Like, I'm not even sure to run a 1000 series card because I currently have to use ray tracing for megabytes because Lumen sucks. So, you know, I'm... If your non-1000 series card can do ray tracing, like I doubt it. So it's like... kind of restricts a little bit there, yeah? Just saying, just kind of... There are definitely people who are upset that it's not going to have, like, you know, 120 FPS on their 1000 series card either. And I'm like, it's going to be the minimum specs. If it runs at 30 FPS on your 1000 series card, I'll consider that a success. I will. That'll be fantastic. Yeah, like that'll be what I'll aim for. I can't guarantee to work, but like I say, it'll basically just be my old computer that was, you know, originally streaming Unreal 4 on will be in fact what I use it for. Yeah. So, I mean, if it works out, it works out, and if not, okay. I'm just debating on if I want to put this as, just leave it split as it is. I'll probably just leave it split as it is and just compress all this information down to not needing as much, and I turn these widgets into refs, but I might just make a string with widgets here. In case I want more widgets. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, if they're expecting some really ridiculous stuff, probably not happening, you know? Like, I mean, you know, they're gonna get garbage, you know, everything on there. It's gonna be, hopefully I can get it to run. Hopefully. I don't know, 5M Dev Studio, hopefully one day we'll make our own game, just like when we grow up. will be, hopefully you make, you know, lots of games. I make lots of games too. So far, I wouldn't want to be like me at all because I haven't made any games yet. Well, nothing that's made any money. That's true. But I think you'll do it. All it takes is just, you know, hard work. Just keep working at it. You'll get it done. I believe. Call this widgets. I guess cost type can actually be just included in there too. Everything should be in there. 5 wins all the GTA stuff, right? RP? Was it? I know so little about any of that world. Actually, the projectile spawn can easily go in here too, so I can actually just... Let's do weapons. Weapons and projectiles? Sure. I guess I could have more than one sound too. I can just sort it by strings and have sounds as well. Just kind of run with it. True. Oh. Well, someone's all famous is what I'm hearing. We got a celebrity. Which is awesome. You know, man. I'm glad someone's making something that did well. Wish I made stuff that did well. Oh, I'm sorry. YSF, yeah, Baker. I'm from California, and the main accent we have in California is we talk fast. And I forget that. Yeah. All the time. It should be enough to get the job done. Slow mode. Slow mode is best mode. This is going to be so much restructuring. So much. As I just redo this whole thing. But I kind of got it because it's just such a mess. Let's connect like this at least. Wait, what? How is this not the same? Animations. Refresh. Compile. Save. Can I connect it now? No. Whatever, I'll get to it in a second. First off, It's gonna be kind of ghetto, but I'm just gonna type ability sound here. And I'm just gonna put ability sound in here. So I can just kind of compress all this crap. This is such a mess. This doesn't even have an ability sound. Ability info. Yeah, I'm streaming to, well, Kick, YouTube, and Twitch. And it's all under the same, you know, name, Imaginary Villain, so any one of them you want. I'm in fact available on them. I can link them too. There's that one. There's that one. And here is my YouTube. This guy has 6 arms? Wait, what? A little peepo? It's fair. This is gonna take forever. I just need to go through and add all these. Yeah, hopefully one of those is more exciting. If you don't like Kick. Though since you found me on Kick, I'm gonna go ahead and assume you like Kick. Oh, you actually waved at me on YouTube. Nice. Yep, I'm all over the place. Surely one of these is exciting. And if not, surely one of these is exciting anyway. Yes. I'll stop writing for a second there. This is going to be such a mess. This is my fault, though. I could have made this nicer in the first place. Extra O on that. A moot. Healing variants. Nice. Yeah, this is gonna get ugly. What I'll probably do is do the stats first, and then I'll go to the next ones and just keep going through and doing each and everything that needs to be done. I can also just send the whole information over too and not have to worry about it. Just send everything. It's probably a lot easier than what I was doing by far. True. True, true. Someone's probably gonna raid and be like, blah, 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 want to see the game? And they'll be like, it's broken right now. I just did all this crap. This doesn't currently have any of these. I should have just left them at zeros. I'll copy it with zeros next time. Do I have a tarot level listed at all? Just zero? That's fair. So, negative 0.1. This would be a lot better because I can have multiple costs in here too. God, this is gonna take forever to restructure this whole thing. Could be what it be. Most don't actually have any damage listed, so it's just a singular thing. Because not everything is Here's a weapon. It's just the weapons that are going to be awkward. I also haven't moved all the damage over into these yet, so I don't really find them that necessary to move to yet. I am looking forward to these being much easier to move through, though. I kind of want to restructure them so they all work off the same ones, but that's a future endeavor. This is already going to take a bunch of time to restructure. This one even have a cost? No. No damage, no nothing. Wait. Nothing. Oh, that's set at 5? Damn. Rough. Yeah, I like -5. Not that. Doesn't do damage. Check something on this. Okay. Does 0. Nothing else matters. Sure, just add the stats and move on then. Also has no costs. Perfect. Thankfully, most of them don't have the information here yet, so I'm going to have to go through and add it later, but that just makes my life real easy right now. If I'd done it earlier, then I would have to go through and do this the hard way. Sounds terrible. -2. This one actually has damage in it. -5. Not too bad. All zeros. $5.15, sure. Sorry, 15.5. -5. 5.15, sure. It's pretty much the point I've hit right now where it's just, you know, so much inputting of information into various containers because so many of the systems already exist, and it's that or design content, and those are basically all I do now. And every once in a while I go through and redesign something because the needs of the game no longer are fulfilled by the previous system. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and hit save. God, I'm still on the first ones. Ugh. This is why I kind of want to make it into 3 of them or something like that so I don't have to look through as much. I don't know how much that would even help. I'd still have to go through and have individual tarots inside of them, so it would be still a big mess. These are the right names, right? To make certain I didn't misspell like an idiot. I should have checked that a while ago. Looks good to me. -2. Shouldn't be too hard to swap out of the other crap. All zeros, perfect, easy, easy. -4. -5. 20 and 5. As you can see, scrolling through these is quite irritating. I've been at it for a long time, and I'll bet. -25. Here. You know, hear me out. I can reduce my scrolling amount by a small amount here by doing that. 0. Many of these don't have abilities, so it's just going to be paste and move on. Right here, you're seeing that. Just paste, move on, paste, move on. Imp -10 and 25, sure, on the healing. With no variant, no, it has 5 variants. The variance is just, you know, me multiplying a range of those from high to low. So just in case, you know, it could work out. I did this one, so right, that's the one I just did. Yeah. Emperor, I don't even think has a second ability. Second Hierophant doesn't have an ability yet. I don't believe the Levers 2 has a second ability. Oops. I hit copy like an idiot. Perfect. Hero 6. -10. Sure. I imagine this is riveting. I mean, who wouldn't want to watch me sit there and put this in all these? -1 on there, I meant. Sure. -10 and doesn't do anything else on there. Yeah, maybe. Okay. Justice has no second ability. Neither does the Hangman. Death 2 has no ability. Temperance 2, I believe, does. Supposedly, yeah. It doesn't have any listed for it, so. I think with the last, the new devil ability to the last one or something, or. So anyway, the devil shield ability to the last one. Tower never had anything. So R2 does -2 for its cost. -5 on the moon. So it has no cost. Almost none of these ones, like, almost none of them have a third one at all, and well, like half even have a second one yet. Like I say, it's pretty fortuitous I decided to do this now. Hey JG, how's it going? Here's some time to see me refactor the tarot records for Poppet, which like everyone references, so it's gonna suck, but they weren't doing what they needed to. They needed to do more. So here we are, making them do more. There's 1025.5, sure. I did this one. No ability on it, so I did that. Emperor. Hierophant does have a third ability, I think. No? I guess it's sitting on ability too, sure. Guess I could have put a struct in there too if I felt like it. And lovers and Hierophant's the one I already did, right? It all blends together. It's so stupid. No abilities on you yet. I actually designed all the... I came up with concepts for every ability in the game, and now I gotta put them all in though, so that's gonna be a while. Won't be immediate. I'm gonna have... Some of them are pretty exotic, to say the least. Which the last Hierophant ability is either really spicy or real trash, so it'll be interesting to see how that one plays out. High risk, high reward. Those abilities are fun. That was Hermit 3, right? It had nothing, so that was that one there. It all blends together. It's really obnoxious. I'm gonna click save. This has no third ability. I already did that one. Wheel. It's because it keeps moving up and it's confusing me. Because I keep seeing it move up and then I figure out where I'm at. It's probably because my brain shut off a while ago doing this. It's just like, whatever. We'll get to it when we get to it. My brain no longer remembers what I clicked. I clicked Temperance, right? That was the last one. No, I haven't done Temperance yet. Sure. It was Death 3, right? That I'd already done. Sure. Temperance. There's no third devil ability. There's not even a single tower ability yet in the game. There's no third star ability. Hey Ghost, how's it going? -10 on that one, okay. Not a lot. Refractoring these tarot thingies so that they're not as obnoxious. Because, yeah, they're a little much. I think is the best way to put it. They're a little much. They ain't gotta be a little much. They're just a little much in general. But they ain't gotta be. They'll get there eventually. They weren't doing what I needed, so I had to update them a bit, if you will. I'm gonna have to break a bunch of these anyway, so I don't even care that much about connecting them. I guess I can, but they're gonna vanish in a second. Don't know if this matters, but whatever, I'll do them anyway. Why is animation so weird? Whatever, I gotta remove a bunch of these anyway. So let's go back to the struct here and... No, not yet. Let's go back to to Poppet. And then I believe it's on our damage thing either. I'm stuck in bug hell at the point I have to do polish more and more and not add stuff. Been there. Worst part is you're in bug hell, you fix all the bugs, then you add more stuff and you put yourself right back in bug hell. As any good game dev would. Where do I even reference these? On the weapons? I might. I guess I can just delete them and then add them back, because what'll happen is I'll delete them and then I'll error a bunch of places and I'll have to go find them, and that'll basically solve my problem. Yeah. I know where card cost is. That one's easy. It's the only place I actually link card cost anywhere. I'm gonna find out because I remove it. Isn't that so much fun looking at code going nowhere? Did I do that? Yeah, pretty much. You know, some of the stuff I made was a long time ago and it was bad. But it got the job done. Now I just have way better ways I could go about it, and you know, it's time to eat crow and do exactly that. You know, you just gotta realize that you got better as you went along, right? When I go to package this game next time, I'm gonna hate myself because I'll have to go everywhere this stupid thing is and refresh them all. Watch out to basically compile them all again. Oh good, more card costs. Where are we at, buddy? I'm gonna go ahead and grab this node real fast. The spaces in there, looks good. Oh. You just want to remove it. Sure. Curiosity add. Oh, like that. It's actually just set. Well, let's just add. I'm curious to see if this other one actually works, so I'm gonna... Did he pick up some new crap? Feels like it did. Whatever, I care about this. I'm curious to see what this will add onto there just fine. Search nodes matching map of anime montage object reference to float. And a map of anime montages, I think it's the same, right? Map of anime montages object references to float. Yeah, they're the same, so why can't you add? It's awkward. whatever. Might be redoing that one to not include that. Really? That's why I'm now I have to refactor a bunch of stuff. It was good early on, but now I don't work well. Yeah. I've had to remake so many systems in this game over time because of that very problem. It's crazy how often it's just been an issue. But sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. All these are getting pushed into these, you know, map variables instead, so I can have, you know, more things than just what's here, and I don't have to have these giant things everywhere that are just going to be a problem. So I'm just going to delete all these. It's going to hate me for it. Sure. Then it'll give me an error where everything needs to be that I need to fix, so that's the goal. The animations have a problem, so I might want to put the animation something separate and then put the, these things into the stats, which sucks. I just added a bunch of those things, and I'll have to go and add them for each individual thing. That's okay, though. At the end of the day, it's going to be much more organized. And then maybe I'll switch it to where it's, you know, a bunch of, well, these are already a struct for a tarot card. I'm not sure if I want to make a struct with an struct on it, if it's even necessary. Or if just having 66 of them is perfectly fine. I can compress them to 22 if I want. And then check for each card, which wouldn't be like the worst choice in the world. I'd probably just have an individual, like, you know, one of these for each one, just have 3 of them. And then just put them all in there and then find the one for the card involved. Or just have an individual one and have just have 3 cards inside of the struct for it. I don't think it actually saves much anything, to be honest. I think it's going to be about the same. But that's okay. Now to watch it throw a fit at me for this one. I deserve it, so, you know, that's fine. No way I'm getting away with this one. Nah, man. Nah. At the very least, these will all work, even if the animations are flubbed. But I haven't done anything with the animations yet, so it doesn't really matter. I don't get why this can't happen. They're a map of exactly the same thing. I'm literally adding to the thing, so it should come up as exactly what it sounds like, and it just doesn't. It's so weird. Where's the next one? I'm too lazy to scroll and figure out which one's which. Oops. Why won't you work? Same. I think I've done the encounter system 3 different ways so far to find one that actually is efficient enough to actually do what I need. I can either find all these on there, and I can just send it directly over. I almost should add a struct for stats, but this way I can have whatever I want and keep adding to it in case I need something unique for each thing. I probably don't need something unique for this, but it can exist if I want it to. I guess this is probably the quickest way to not have to do anything extra, since Swing Weapon doesn't appear anywhere else, I don't think. Yeah, it doesn't. A little more awkward for how this is set up, but that's fine. Maybe in the future I'll mix it up to be a little better on the weapon thingy, but I really don't want to go edit the weapon if I don't have to. That seems like an extra step that I don't really need to do in my life, you know? This one, there we go. Like, I know one of you is the one thing I was clicking. Forgot what I was doing for a second there. Should have actually just copy pasted 5 finds and then did it that way. That's actually less obnoxious than expected. I thought it'd be referenced to more locations for those stats, but it's just kind of not. I thought I was going to be able to put all the ground animations and everything inside of an animation attached to each one, but apparently I cannot do this, which is so bizarre. You'd think that would be how it would work. And yet it mysteriously is not how it works. Well, actually, maybe I don't do it this way. Maybe I'll just put them as a string, actually a map variable with strings and those things as the second thing, so I can just get the name of whatever it is and dump it in there. And then I'll just have to put the speed somewhere else. So I guess I could put them as a little mini struct in there too, with all the information for each of the attacks or each of the animations like that. Or I can put them in the same map as the stats thing here. And that would also get the job done. True. Fine. You know what I could actually do is I could put each of these inside of a map variable for these structs. So I could literally just have a map variable for you know, each of the 3 tarot cards in there, which would probably be better. Well, I mean, I can always change that later. It's not a big deal. Mostly I'm just trying to compress this garbage so it's not the dumbest thing in the world. So what you want to do with the these things I've been told is whenever you edit a struct, if you foolishly select save all, it will save everything just fine, but everything using that struct still needs to be recompiled, but it'll say it's already compiled. And when you go to package it, you will get an error, which will basically, you know, for each one that had that struct, and you'll have to go through and compile each one. But if you exit out of your project without saving any of the ones that use the struct, when you go back in, it'll recompile everything and it works. So there's like 2 ways you can go about it. You can either go through and individually do that, or you can just back out of your project after you change the struct and then come back in. And don't save when you do it. Like, don't save any ones you haven't compiled. It's dumb. It's such a weird thing. I came across a video explaining that. I was like going, oh, that's how that bug happens. Dumb bug. All right, so I'm going to grab these here. Is this the best way to do this projectile weapon setup? Maybe. Well, either way, I'm gonna have to go through and manually do this. The weapon to class to equip is... Wait, what? That's not gonna work that way at all. It's not names and names at all. It's... Oh, yeah, I was going to replace these widgets with UI nav widgets. That was another thing I need to do. Mostly I was trying to get where the top ones are because I have to keep scrolling through all of them to figure out where everything is, and it's really annoying. I can just do animation play rate separate. Sure, we'll just do these things: the air animation, ground animation, ground animation 2, like just all those, and I'll just add it to each one. That'll let me get rid of those 4. And I can just set them on there by finding them, which will be perfectly fine. And then I'll probably make one specifically for the animation rates too, just so I don't have to deal with that. In case I want to add more later. Sure. Besides, I might want combos and stuff later or something cool. That's fine. There's no good way to do the weapon socket thingy, but I guess I don't really need to. I mean, I guess at some point I might want 3 weapons or something, like multiple gear. I'll be able to put 3 of them there because there's another actor for the projectile to spawn. Oops. This is saved, right? It's like open heart surgery on the game because of how many things the tarot cards are based off of. But at least I'm gonna have to constantly connect up every one of these dumb things later on, right? Hey, home Vector. Going pretty good. I'm doing open heart surgery on the game, replacing all this the tarot struct with more compressed versions of it so I can expand it more as necessary without having to change the struct over and over. It's slow going. I guess air 1 like that, just in case. I'm not sure if I'm gonna have more than one ground one, but sure, whatever. Actually, I'm probably never having air combos. Well, I'm gonna leave the 1 on there anyway, whatever, it's fine. 1. It's gonna take forever to do this. Holy crap. Yeah, there's 66 tarot cards and it is a struggle. But, you know. It all came about because of these things here, which I haven't even made ones for yet, that were direct references to widgets, and I had a bunch of tutorial widgets, like 8 of them, and they were all like 70 some odd megs a piece that were just loading the whole time Poppet's loading. Yep. Gotta do it. Don't wanna, but gotta. So, that's what I'm doing. This doesn't even have animations. Most of them are going to have animations. So what I'm actually going to do is I'll add it on here, but then I'll just remove all the assets. And then just copy paste this one onto all of them so I have it later. I guess technically I don't have to do this. That's fair. If it has no animations, why am I adding animations to it? Like, it has none. I can just skip it and move on. That's so much more sensible because it wasn't using the animations anyway. Not many of them do use the animations, to be fair. It's gonna be so much faster scrolling through these when I don't have to like see 4 more options on all 66 of them. No animations. No animations. None. Oh, I didn't. Oh, terrible of me. Oops. Nothing. Nothing. It's actually has the exact same animation as the other one, it looks like. Yep, Android gun shoot. Yep. No animations. A lot of animations. The devil's the same way. I appreciate that most of these have no animations. And that I won't have to have 8 additional slots on everything. This also uses the same gunshot animation. Interesting. I'm definitely gonna want to do the play rates before I swap, because I can easily cheat and see which ones I've actually need to still do by just looking at which ones are here. And if I don't do that first, I'm gonna have to investigate each one of these, and it's gonna be annoying. So after that, let's make my life not suck. How about that? Hear me out. Let's make my life not suck. The easy way. I'm restructuring the tarot struct so that it's not so restricted on what it can do. Putting them into, you know, map variables instead inside of the struct, so I can have any number of animations of any name, and, you know, any number of, well, play rates for them, any number of stats on them, or info that I want to put into the little menu for them. So in a way, something new, mostly just improving something that needed it, because it could not accomplish what it needed to do anymore. We'd hit the end point. I got tired of doing level design. I've been doing it for like most last week and adding in stuff, and it's just feeling a little creatively bankrupt at the moment. So yeah. Let's work on the stuff that doesn't require creativity at all. Hear me out. No creativity required. Sounds great right about now. New water with shores and close to beach thingy, I guess. Haven't tried it though. Wait, what? What are we talking about? Water with shores thingy. Do I need more alcohol? Is that what I'm hearing? Might be true. My brain's all like, this is not the most exciting thing in the world. I'm just gonna take a vacation right now. And you're like, okay. You do you, boo. And it just kind of wanders off. Figured most of these wouldn't have anything. A lot of these cards haven't been expanded upon yet, and not all of them actually have attack abilities, so they're not. There's not always a animation attached to them, per se. All right, that part's done. I'm just gonna do this and get rid of this weapons and projectiles one. Make up all those. Vamoosh that one. Delete that one. Connect all these up. Vamoosh that. It'd be so nice to not have to have an extra 8 connectors here. Actually, get rid of 11 connectors. After that, it's boss type can get FG2 and so can level there. So I can get rid of, you know, 13 connectors really easily. That's pretty good. Hear me out. That's pretty good. There's a lot of connectors on this thing. Alright. Then we do the last one here on the Fool here. We're going to do the play rates. It's animations. Alright, everyone, just in case I decide to have air combos. I'm probably not going to, but anything's possible. I think it's highly unlikely. But hear me out, anything's possible. I should have copy pasted this before I added those. Whatever. No animation required. Not required. So there's not really unique animations on most of these cards. You'd be surprised how few of them actually have unique animation. I'm gonna zero all these out because chances are they probably don't even have most of those anyway. I think they'll have it one at ground animation 1 or something. Nothing. 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 Oh, this is just an easy 1.5. Nice. I really lack a lot of animations, so you know. I wish I had more. I like a lot of weird fringe crap. I have a lot of assets. Those are probably things I want the least right now is assets. Nothing on this one. Lots on this one. That's why it has so many options here, is for the melee weapons I come up with. There's only a couple in the game so far. There might be a third one. I don't think I've ever many though. To be honest, they're not that useful. A lot of it just comes down to the enemies are so big. And the farther in you get, there's like some big enemies to deal with, and it's like, okay, well, this melee weapon isn't going to do crap. So I wonder about that as it goes along. Like, what am I do for that? How am I even going to make those relevant? Certain weapons might just not be relevant in some fights, and no matter what you do. Why does it expand out animations? Weird. Done with the first 22. Thankfully, let them to 1.5, so I just kind of paste it in to move on. a level of excitement involved with this, right? Truly riveting. Fantastic. 10 out of 10. At least this one's considerably faster, but it is every single ability in the game we're talking about here. So I guess it's not as long as it could be to go through. I mean, imagine some games where they just have like a million things. It's pretty bad. But a good portion of my game is these tarot cards, so yeah. Maybe not a good portion, but they're definitely very, very meaningful, and a good portion of the amount of abilities I need to program. Still got to program all the regular enemy abilities, but it's all the Poppet's abilities. Or basically all of them. Sounds like dodge or something. Doesn't have the first one, it's not going to have any of them. I just blew through almost all of them. I didn't realize I was already in the next one, so I was just going along doing my thing. I don't know which one I was on, whatever. Double check those two and then move on, sure. It's almost like a Kickin' Terraria song. Great spaghetti. That's what I'm doing, is getting rid of this spaghetti. That's how structs are. If you update a thing in a struct, you have to move everything over, otherwise it'll put a null value in that spot. So you got to connect everyone there. Soon they're all going to be gone, like the play rates and stuff will be gone too. And it's going to come down to just a handful of ones for all the struct thingies. This is going to be a nightmare, all the places I'm going to have to deal with this problem. Had to be done. Why don't you could update just a singular slot inside of one of these? It'd be so much more efficient. I see. But yep, Italian food coding is the best coding. That's all I do. Whatever they're in awkward order, it's fine. Alright, some down behind. It's fair. I'm definitely trying to remove a bunch of the spaghetti right now, that's for certain. It's gonna take me a minute or two to pull that off, though. Sadly, these are not in the order. I could always restructure that for that, but I don't care right now. This is the one that's gonna suck a bit. I actually don't know why it's all the way up there. It doesn't need to be. Oh, I see, because I was just validating the second one, and that goes to the others if that's the case for multiple montages. Let me see. It'll be a bit ugly, but at least I can have any number of animations if I want. I'll recode this differently later. Right now, the goal is just get it back to where it runs, and then I'll go through and make it better. Because it's going to take a minute. Let's air one. Just because I delusionally think there might be more than one air animation at some point. Whatever. Yeah, I'm just gonna put it down here. Even though I'm gonna hate myself later when I have to remove a few more of these, that's okay. It's half the fun. If you're not hating yourself doing this stuff, what are you even doing with your time? I may eventually graduate this to a struct, but the problem with the struct is I can't have a bunch of versions of animations beyond what they actually just there. I can have as many as I want, which doesn't really matter here, but you never know. Oops. Fingers do be off the keys, yo. I'll drag this back in a second. She's a little bit ugly, but she'll do. You want me to save down just so I can move them all? I see how it is. bug is so annoying. That's wait. Okay, they're in the right order. Just double checking. Definitely a bit ugly. Unfortunately, the tarot cards just serve so many masters, it's hard to not be ugly with them. I think that's the only place those were even used, as dumb as that is. Well, it's just to play here anyway. What I could actually do is just have a variable to find the one in there for both the things. And actually probably make my life easier. Of course, this is based upon the number chart, so it swaps between which attacks. That might not be so easy. I'm still setting it the same way. I don't think it's actually doing anything different. I think it's actually pretty similar to what I was doing. I'm not using any ability costs on these, though. I should probably include those at some point. But we no longer have ability costs for each one. The battle to get everything working correctly again continues. Now, do I want to do that save right now, or do I want to exit out of the game to force a save on all of them? I mean, it's not going to matter because I'm going to do it again anyway. I'm at least going to make my life a little easier when I do this, I guess. Well, I guess I probably should sleep them open, honestly. All the ones you should compile, because it won't truly compile them. It'll fake compile. I guess I'll just save everything. I'll just be sad about the bug later. How long have you been live? I'm gonna take a quick bio break. It's been like over 2 hours since I stood up. I'll be right back. Alright. Onward to glory. My YouTube's somewhat pumping tonight. Up to 20 concurrents there, and put a whole 4 on Twitch. You know how it works. It's just... I think Twitch discovered that everybody on it was a bot. There's like only like a handful of people really on there. We were looking at the... I posted in the Discord, there was a post someone did where it was... Oh, a minion. Let's see. Yeah, this Twitch viewership thing here where they went over their stats for August. Look at that drop in peak viewers there. Holy crap. 73%. Kind of gives you an idea just how many bots really exist there. Like, wow. Just wow. Gotta kind of wonder. Yeah, exactly. Yep. I eventually got to the point where the botting was required just to even compete with the people botting. But then you never made your money back. You're just wasting money and everything like that because nobody was really watching the category. It was like, it's just dumb. The more I see it, the more I question how much of what we're seeing on the internet is even real and just not bots. Like how much when you scroll down like X, is that real interaction from people, or is it all just bots liking things? Is it really just like a handful of people there? Is there really only like maybe 10 to 20% of the people actually really there? I mean, how many bots are we talking? Because there it's looking like the max viewers was only 27% human. The dead internet theory becomes more and more real every day. Am I even real? Who even knows, right? Maybe I'm just a clever bot. Of course, if I was a clever bot, I think I'd have more viewers. So maybe I'm just a dumb bot. There you go. I don't even qualify as a clever one. Yeah, it's just, yeah, I don't know. It's just stupid. Just stupid. Stupido. Seeing down Facebook groups handle entirely bots? Yeah. Well, it gets to the point where, like, you know, they can't really be anywhere near the interaction that they have going on, but the people are just like, blah, 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 blah. And you're like, might all be fake. And like, it's totally real. Yeah, it's totally real. 110% real. Spoiler, it wasn't real in mine. Exactly. I think TikTok's full of bots too. I think it's also fake. I think they're all that way. I think they're all padding their numbers because it looks good for stocks. If anything, I think it's like the least human experience because it's just a bunch of, you know, tiny short little things where you don't even really interact with anybody and you just kind of move on. Which would be very, very easy for bots to just farm the crap out of. I'm of the opinion that it's all bullshit on all of them. They're just all fake. It's just too easy to fake it and too much value gained by them doing so from stockholders. Or just stock shares in general. You are correct. Those do not exist. Guess if I knew exactly the stats I wanted, I could have just also created a struct within a struct. But I'm told that's kind of slow to have to search structs within structs, so I don't know if I want to do that. I mean, this isn't like ideal, but it's not awful. Finding 4 things from the map. Sorry, healing variance, not experience. That wouldn't have worked out very well at all. No extra space, perfect. Does it work now? Tell me where things are going to get completely fixed here. This is going to be so much better. Oh, I don't have anything yet. She's not holding it the right way. Uh-oh. That one's working. Where are my projectiles? Are you not loading them? Hmm. Those work.
6, 4.
Cardio is a little weird. I get why you're not working. Unless there's something wrong with them. I find it doesn't always find all the stuff. Ah. Nice, do that, and I can just copy paste all these into here, no problem. Like a champion. This is used all over the place, so I'm not surprised. That's why I have it like this, so I can sit there and reduce it down so it's not huge everywhere. And I can have more information for stuff. Like the 3 different sockets can be, or sorry, 3 different actors can be all put into things, and tutorials can have a thing too, or widgets. I actually do have a widgets one right here I need to do. Tired of streaming to 0? Never tired of streaming to 0. What are you talking about? Random person who bots me every time. I have a rule with how bots work. On, Kick, you have to follow me first before you bot me. Because I can always use the followers on Kick, because it's that sad there. But, You gotta give me some before you just bot me. It's just how it has to be. I just ban all the bots on Twitch. I don't care. I don't need followers on Twitch. I actually don't technically need followers on Kick either, since they're not real followers, and the number of followers does nothing on Kick, but I like to pretend deep down that it makes me feel more important or something. I don't know. Sure. That's right. Bigger number makes brain happy. Exactly. Yep. I need it in my life. They just need to, you know, give it to me. That's all. Have their bots? Yeah, pretty much. But the bigger number is nice. I mean, I figure most of my followers on Kick are bots. Almost certainly. All my followers are because largely Seven came along and he, like, you know, convinced some other people to follow me. Otherwise, without him, I would have basically no followers, and that would just be all bots. It's like the most depressing place ever when it comes to that sort of stuff. I'm just gonna write projectile to spawn here. I guess I could have a one. I don't think I'm ever gonna have more than one projectile to spawn on these, but maybe I will. Wrong one. Well, yeah, of course. It's always better to have real people than not. I'm slowly building him. I mean, after all, just watching the little thing that Ludwig was talking about, where he made his own little, like, you know, channel, and how he wasn't able to really get anyone to even watch him. Just to test doing it from zero on Twitch and how bad it was. It's, yeah. So, I mean, I'm lucky where I'm at. It's definitely a long road to get to any kind of group and, you know, any kind of viewership. And I mean, I love all you guys. You're wonderful, and I'm happy I even got there. I mean, hell, according to like Streamlabs, I'm in like the top 10% of streamers. Nobody's quitting their day job on that, but still cool flex, right? Exactly. Like, it's a lot of work, and it was never my focus, my goal, or anything of the sort. It was never what I was aiming for to do, and now I'm just doing it because, well, gotta do what you gotta do, but it's definitely some work, for certain. Oh well. I found streaming to be a lot of fun. I like it, you know? Like that, and the fact that I can do it while making the game is awesome. You got too many things to do not enough time, yeah. That's why I haven't really gotten into doing YouTube videos. And like, this I get to do on top of the regular time I have. Like, I was already gonna work on the game, so it doesn't really cost me much time-wise. But YouTube videos is not me making the game; it's a whole side thingy, and I'm like, am I really? What am I here for? Am I here to make games, or am I here to make YouTube videos? Because if I'm here to make YouTube videos, why the hell am I making games? I should just make YouTube videos, right? Like. That's a full-time job. That's fair. I lack any drive to do YouTube. I've never in my life wanted to do YouTube, and just doing it because I mean, I could stream on it. Like that's the big advantage to it. That's all I was looking to really do. Like more people. But other than that, I never wanted to make videos. I just wanted to make games. That's all. And I'm just finding that I have to do everything I can to get my name out there, because it's just real difficult to get your name out there. Yeah, it is. Oh, there's actually a projectile here too. I should be putting that in there. Oops. I wasn't even watching for the projectile. I'm just zoning the hell out doing this. Leverage has a projectile. But I'll get around to it eventually. I'll make it work, I guess. Sure. Why not? Yeah, why not? It'll happen, I guess. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's tough to get noticed in this world. And I realized I could just sit there and post pictures of cats and probably have a better luck on social media. It's rough out there when you're a game dev trying to get people to look at your game. It's really rough. It's mostly because you're advertising to them, and nobody likes being advertised at. So I don't fault them. That's true. I regret doing a game that's dark too, because it's not as noticeable on social media, which is kind of problematic as well. It's that, like, you know, it's not very eye-catching. I also don't have a lot of moments that are like, you know, oh my god moments, which is another problem. Hoping quality gameplay gets me there. It might. Hope so. But I haven't done as much advertising I could yet. At some point I really need to get heavy into that. That'll make a big difference. Oh, well, you need to be advertising long in advance of that. That is... like, I need, like, you know, 10,000 wish lists before that demo even come close to getting out there. Like, it's, I gotta get a lot. Like, you gotta... But you can do playtests and things like that to really help out, so it won't be too bad. I mean, you know, you don't have to release your demo first, because you could do a playtest on Steam, which acts just like a demo, and how Steam treats it. So you do that, then you let people test your game in advance, provide feedback, and they don't expect it to be complete because it's a play test of, you know, just a random alpha version of the game. Yeah, I don't know. I figure I'll burn that bridge when I get there. Because I have no idea. It will be funny if the first game I play on Twitch is my own game. In its own category. Wouldn't surprise me if that's what happened. Wouldn't surprise me at all. Though I don't know, I might play some other games on here too at some point. Who knows? I might make a day where I test other people's games too. Just to build up more audience, I guess. Of course, any day I do that, it's a day I'm not actually oops, I messed the animation sign, huh? No paste property. Any day I do that, it's a day I'm not actually working on my own game. There's a strong argument against doing that, but most of these don't even have projectiles. Snake doesn't. I don't think Hermit does. I hate this setup. I really can do a better job. Whatever. I don't want to change everything all at once because it's so integral to so many things that I really want to get it working in each area, and then if I make any other changes, it'll be a lot easier to focus down those changes than just changing it everywhere and it just being a catastrophe. It's used a lot. Oh, apparently my game is a category on YouTube now. Or it's a topic. They made it for me. I didn't make it at all. They just made it. I guess because I literally have enough streams with it as a tag in there that it's like they eventually decided. I mean, I'm the only one subscribed to the topic, but I saw it and I was like, really? So I subscribed to it. Like a champion. That's what they're called, IGB, the Internet Game Database. It's pretty much every company out there uses to load their game categories, huh? Well, that's interesting. Well, I assume they'll probably pick their games up off of Steam at some point, so eventually if your game gets popular enough on Steam, I mean, you'd think it would end up there at some point. God, this is a mess. My brain shut off so long ago doing this task. It's just like, whatever. Brain's all like, sleepy time. Working on this. I don't remember which one I'm on now. That's a dangerous sleepy time. Like, which one am I even doing? I don't know. Not many of these have projectiles, so at this level. In fact, most don't, but it's possible I forgot one. More bots. Fantastic. More bots. Alright. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Now to watch it go and explode all over the place. Yeah, I can get cost type out of there, tarot card level out of there, and probably the weapon socket names could actually probably just be crammed into info or something. Just have it convert out into a string. And all the widgets got to go in there, and I mean, that's quite a few. I mean, you're looking at 6 more of them that can just get slammed in there. Ability info should be tossed in here into them, so 7 of them could be in there, and then it'll be, you know, less obnoxious to deal with. I want to add something. And then I got to proceed to go to every single one of these things. Okay, break. And I'm just going to leave open all the ones that do this because they're going to have to compile them later anyway. That's why I'm even compiling them now. Poppet's the one that's going to have a fit. She is the game. Oh yeah, obviously these are going to go bye-bye. It's looking so clean. I'm just gonna hit compile again. I'm gonna scroll through which ones are which. I'm lazy. Whatever. Yup. No. Whatever. Don't make me click through crap. It's annoying. And then the things I actually need to worry about in the first place. The real OG problem. I might just add those to the info thingy. The weapon sockets, so I don't have to make a whole special thing just for sockets. Well, I guess for sockets I want to, because I might want to have a... Well, does it matter? I can just put more in the info thing if I care that much. That's true. We still haven't got rid of the widget class reference thingies. Yeah, I'll get there. It works now. If it all goes, wow, it's fine. Happens. Like they're working okay. Except for the fools being held in a weird way.
5, 4, 1.
It's weird that it says that in a way that's like kind of fuzzy sounding, even though the sound effects aren't particularly fuzzy. I wonder why. Whatever. See, at least the best part is I don't have to scroll very far for each of these. Like before I had to scroll down this huge amount because there was so many options, and now it's like, not so bad. But also have multiple ability sounds now, which is nice. Don't know what to do with that, but the fact it's there makes me happy. Take the old shoes off. I add those, and then weapon socket name gets added to those, and class type gets added. So it's gonna be, there's gonna be some work ahead. I'm seeing this. There's gonna be some work ahead. Wonder why it was holding the fool weird. Strange. I accidentally switched the overlay. Well, that's an easy fix. Like a champion. The tutorial widget and widget class reference. So it's actually like an indicator widget and that are the two. Indicator. Tutorial. far as I know, it only checks the first one anyway on these. Except for the tutorials we checked. Oh, I guess I'll do it on some of these, not all of them. It be what it be. Are these not the same kind of thingy? I guess these could just be user widgets. I don't see why they need the UI nav widgets. He's not a UI nav widget. A child of those? Parent class UI nav widget. I guess I don't have to combine them together. I don't know how many widgets they're going to need. That's true. It's probably extra work for no reason. I mean, it does combine a couple of them, but I just don't know what other widgets I'm ever going to need. It's just an indicator, and then there's that. It's true. Maybe in the future, I can always change it again if I have to, but I'm thinking about it. This makes no sense. But what I will do is make these soft class references. Which was what started me down this path in the first place, just making those soft class references. Also, I wanted to have more info options because I'm going to need more for the menu thing, and I didn't want to have to keep adding them into here and updating each one and then going to every single blueprint that uses this and compiling it, and yeah. It's kind of dumb. Oh, I got 3 subs today on YouTube. Well, thanks to whoever subbed. It doesn't tell me, but thanks. I appreciate it. And if you message me in the chat, then I will, you know, thank you personally. Alright, so let's go back to her and finally do the thing that I had intended to do to fix the size map from like a million years ago. So she's not linked to every tutorial for everything ever. Yeah, so... is valid soft class reference. Laxaw. If is valid. Just double check. I do have to cast that, right? Yeah, I do. But do this uncompleted. Don't do it. Don't do it till you've loaded it, or it'll just fail every time. And if cast fails for some reason, I'm just gonna go and go to the equip weapon and move past it. Never know if it'll matter, but it might. It would really like me to compile and save. You can tell because it's just having issues. Another bot on Kick? Oh, you shouldn't have. Seriously. It's another Fan King, but this one didn't bother to actually, you know, follow me. They just decided to spam me. I would advise against that. It's gonna lead to you getting banned instead. That's a terrible plan. Hear me out. That's a terrible plan. I wonder if Twitch will increase how much they pay once they banned all the bots. I doubt it. They gave me like 72 cents yesterday. It was very exciting. I don't know what to do with it is. At what point do you decide that being an affiliate makes no sense because the ads revenue is so bad that you just I'd rather just people not have ads? That's right, I'm rich. And if you thought YouTube ad revenue was bad, you should have saw how bad it got when they started banning bots. Jesus. Meanwhile, Innsbruck subbed to me on Kick, right? And on Kick, you get 95% of the sub price. I get like 45% of it on Twitch. And you know what the payout requirement is on Kick? There is no payout requirement. They just give you the money. They literally gave me like $4.74 to my bank account. Twitch, you need 50. I just thought it was adorable. I don't think Kick has ads. It also doesn't have real people, apparently. It's just all bots. But it's pretty funny. The good news is, like, every other month I get paid out on Twitch. So, you know, I get a little bit. Helps pay for the various assets for the game. And for putting it on Steam. Streaming it on Twitch did in fact pay to put it on Steam. And Steam took their $100 blood money for even listing an app. Speaking of which, I wonder if I'm picked up any more wish lists. It's a fun thing to check every once in a while. Bigger numbers, right? Bigger numbers make brain happy. Currently bigger numbers say... More the merrier? I'm still at 58. I've had 62, but 4 of them were deleted. Because, you know, those people were lame. Nobody likes them. They have no friends. Pretty certain that's how it works. Oh, thanks, Legendary 9. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for follow, Sat77. How's it going? You're just in time to discover what it takes to have real friends in this world, to mean something, to be somebody, to really truly matter. And all it takes is wishlisting my game on Steam. This is based on a rigorous survey of exactly 0 people that I did earlier before the stream to discover what it takes to have friends. They all unanimously agreed with me. I would say bribery gets you everywhere, but it's pretty easy to bribe, 0 people. Even I can afford that. I mean, with those big Twitch bucks, I can afford that. That's what I'm saying. Alright, this should finally do the one thing that I've been meaning to do all this time. And that is reduce Poppet's size map a small. Actually, I've reduced it by 100 megabytes over the course of this. She just had every single tutorial widget, so, they're not there anymore. I'm just saying, like, hear me out. I have no idea how she's linking to this map section yet. I've been trying to figure out for a while. I could also do Bloody Mess and Bloody Spray so they're not perpetually set up there too. So I can probably knock, another 100 megabytes off her. But I can never knock this crap off. All those animations from Epic's, game animation sample, which represents the vast majority of what Poppet is. I really pay for that movement. No joke, I pay for that movement. I pay hard. That's a lot. Hoping they release an update that makes it not so bad, but hear me out. It's gonna be bad for a long time. Now the dark thingies literally are dodge, so she'll use that all the time. The hermit thingies, I guess to be fair, every time you add more of these as, soft refs that you have to async load, they all load faster, so it matters less that they're all async loading. So I like to make it where none of these are actually on there. Maybe she's directly linked to Widget HUD. Widget HUD does link to the map thingy, so maybe that's how she reaches the map. Also, while I'm at it, I need to do this. Fine. Now I just need to put cost type, ability info, and I guess tarot card level could also be in there too. Not that that's terribly useful, but I guess it's under stats anyway, so. Because I switched it off of being an integer for whatever reason. I guess it doesn't really matter too much. They're all 0 anyway. I'm not even currently using that system. But hear me out. It doesn't need to be there because I'm not currently using it, and I might use it, but I'm not sure I'm going to. I did not think I was going to do this today. I'm glad I am because it needs it bad, but I was hating every time I pulled this thing up because how much dumb crap was in it. How annoying it was to make use of. Oops. Oh, I see. Thankfully, I copy pasted it over and over and over, so it shouldn't be a problem. Find this. Oh, I don't need to do that. Just add. Actually, what am I doing? I don't need to find. I guess I do need to find, actually. I need to find that number there. And that's already ran in there, and then add 1. And then cram it into here. Or I could actually just increment in there. That's true, I could have just done that. It's probably like exactly 0 additional. It doesn't matter because it's a map, so this does nothing. I don't think it sets it inside a map. That'd be really bizarre if it did. It'd be cool if it did, but it'd be pretty bizarre if it did. Ah, spaghetti. Spaghetti. Delicious spaghetti. Yummy and delicious spaghetti. I gotta promote it to a variable, don't I? Then add it there and then do it over here, because otherwise it's not going to come out correct. Because adding it here does nothing, doesn't add it back to there. True. Well, like a stats map or something. So I can make it cleaner. We truncating? We truncating. Gotta do it again. So to equip 2 weapons. Why is that way over there? I don't know. It's being a goofball. If I have that stupid size map open too, it's probably causing a lot of problems as well. The plan is to get it down to where this is only 1400 again. Maybe one day they'll make a movement system that doesn't require it to have 1.1 gigabytes. On the plus side, it's the same stuff, so once it's loaded in memory, it's loaded by all of them, so it's not a big deal. It's awkward, but I'll allow it. Yeah, still trying to figure out why this map section was being found by Poppet. Projectile tap could have been a string too. I decided I was going to have it where I didn't do that, but could have been. So I was going to move ability info, card type into info here. Weapon socket names could be in there too, for that matter. Hey Jed, how's it going? Right during an ad break. 10 out of 10. Best timing ever. That's funny. Hey Jed. Guess I'll wait till the ad's over. Can you even hear me? Oh, yeah, shout anyway. Oh, going pretty good. I decided I was going to redesign things because I can't help myself, and I started adding more things to the room. And I got so tired of doing all kinds of, improvements to these areas that I became so creatively bankrupt that I started coding instead. And it's like my brain no longer works. It doesn't understand. So I was like, well, we're doing that now. New area unlocked. The insanity talks to you now. Cheating. That's right. Hey, Brong, how's it going? Yeah, I made a new room over there. I restructured that whole thing over there. And to get to the room, you have to... I'll get my sanity back first for this run. Really? Is that how it's going to be, buddy? Is that what we're doing here? Damn. Some people's children. Yep, it talks to you now. I mean, you know, the insanity's going to have more fun, you know? She talks a lot more. So yeah, I have a new room here. I'm gonna make a little store where they have like little toys that you can, well, that people would buy, like a souvenir shop. And they won't be living versions of the toys, they'll just be fun ones sitting there. But I'm sure people getting there will be like, uh-oh, and be like, yes. Yes. I have a new menu system too. It has what the abilities do, costs and things. I haven't put buttons in for them as far as the pictures yet. I actually found that I apparently have a bunch of buttons for it, like a bunch of the images, and I just didn't know all along. You know, listen, I didn't notice. Well, whatever, it's fine. I think the newest ability is still the Hanged Man. I don't know if I've done it. I actually came up with designs for all the different abilities now. I wrote them all down. I just haven't made them. Yeah, but the Hanged Man currently launches you with a rope around your neck to places. It hangs you, basically. It's the Hanged Man. I mean, Poppet can't, you know, suffocate or anything. She's a doll. So it works out perfect for her. She's just like, woohoo, yippee! Basically, it's the legend of Spider-Pop. She was in those Spider-Verse movies. She was actually, you know, when there's all the Spider-Men in the picture like that, she was actually near the foot of the third row from the back. So you probably didn't see her, but, you know, she was there. Haha! Success! Oh. Well, he's always got redesigned a bunch down here. I discovered that there's all these empty areas where I could add more gameplay. And so that's what I've been doing, just adding more gameplay to all these places. Because, why not? Like, now you just jump out here and wander around. I haven't put anything out here to do yet, but... why not have these things? I don't know. I guess I did put something out here. Haha, yay me! I don't know what I put anywhere. I don't pay attention. Weep. Oh god. Yeah. Actually, there's I did a better text system for the crystal balls now. Actually, it's for all the collectibles, because all the collectibles appear in the menu now. And there's no picture for some of them yet, because I don't have them yet. They don't do anything yet, but you just see what they're there. Except for the things with audio appear there. I gotta maybe make that a little less of a problem there. You can see it. Lots of things have changed in this room. Go find a crystal ball. I started in tutorials and things. Now they're going to be collectibles. My game's all collectibles. There's no level gain. It's collectibles all the way. Infinite collectibles. There's 66 tarot cards to collect right off the bat. Why am I playing two music things? I don't need two musics. I still gotta put the audio louder for those. Like, I just need to re-record them as louder. But now it just shows over in the side as it's telling you things. It only goes 3 high and then they vanish. I may or may not make them clear, no knowing that, but Then if you go into the collectibles, okay, that's you know, a little crap, but we're getting there. Well, me. So I'm adding those things in there. Started making changes to the first areas here too, so now it has all new stuff. That's why he's so good. You put a bunch of chests around in the world, and then forget where I put them because I'm a single cell organism. Yeah, exactly. That's the funny part. The more complicated your game gets, the more you go back and play it, it's like, I forgot that was even there. They've been like that. I played through this stupid chapter like how many times now, and I still forget certain things. So I keep adding more, and it's like, where's the key to this? Oh my god. Why? Why is this a thing? But yeah, it's just over time, you know, there's probably over 100 collectibles in the game already. I anticipate there being like 400 to 500 collectibles when all is said and done. You think I'm gonna remember where all 500 collectibles are? I probably don't even remember where 100 are. Yeah, I decided to make these up here where there's more places to go. More thingies. Oh. And my cheater thing to add stuff. I thought about having levels, but I think at the end of the day, it just came down to it didn't make much sense. Okay, now the statue watches you, just cuz. It just rotates and watches. Yeah, just weird things got added into weird places. Eyeballs. Why are there eyeballs? Why not eyeballs? Basically, all the rooms are getting glow-ups. But rather than earn my way to them, I'm just cheating my way to all of them. Such as the toy maze, too. I need to go through and actually add a bunch of stuff inside the toy maze in every single little room, and then a bunch of stuff under the toy maze, like broken toys and things to just kind of bounce around on, or just something. Because again, you know, I might as well. You know? You have all these things now, too, when you go into these places. I'll go run over this one real quick. A lot more tutorials in the game too, explaining how to do stuff. Like, I'm gonna put actual voice lines in for her, so she actually says these things as you wander around to them. Now all these rooms have stuff in them. Well, not all, but they're getting there. Because I realized that, again, there was just so many empty areas in this game. Oh yeah, I'm adding in balls that you can hit. I need to make it where you can actually hit them so far. I can't yet, but soon. Definitely soon. Probably. Oh, and I have a Steam page now. It needs a good trailer. It's okay, whatever. It needs it. But I have one. It's very exciting. Now I need to advertise it more. Yeah, soon, TM. You've just described my entire dev cycle. What are you talking about? Soon, TM. It's... Oh yeah, I gotta... It's actually just in the pinned comment. I don't actually have a bot for here. I probably should. Basically, I had a bot until I got hacked, and then I never put the bot back. And I probably should. Yeah, it'll happen, maybe. That's actually through the wall here. Oh, cool. Appreciate it. Yeah, I just pinned it to the top of all three chats and run with it. I really should get back to having a bot. I gotta set it up for, what, Kick, YouTube, and Twitch. Because, well, I guess I don't really have to set it for Kick, because I don't really get that many viewers on Kick. Amen. It's lonely over on Kick. Let's put it that way. The game dev category on Kick is real sad. There's not many people in it. No. You got like 5 people watching, you're like head of the class there. Yes. That is true. So true. Oh, I didn't actually show off the map. Well, opens things up. Oh, I guess I'll run directly into her. That's a bad decision. That's not gonna go well. I guess I have to actually get access to some tarot cards real quick. I actually made changes to this room too, thinking about it. I made changes to all the rooms. Just about. I guess these rooms are all haunted, so on the map it'll show you where they're at, and any room that's haunted currently has a picture of her. I might change out how that works. These are various pictures for stuff that's going, and any room that's haunted, like these are all haunted, so. But as you wander around, it has different floors too. And the total map percentage, so. Shows pictures where you're at, tells you the room.
You're going the right way.
Apparently I'm going the right way. Said so.
They're watching me.
I ended up reversing this round because you couldn't actually get in this way. It was really sad. I was like, but, I want to go this way too. Nope. Okay, well. Anyway, how's Sable going? I gotta swing by and check it out. You actually ended kind of early tonight. Usually you're streaming after I'm done most of the time, I think. Could have sworn you streamed later than that. No, I usually raid and then fall asleep. That's pretty much how it goes. I just raid someone and then go to sleep. I didn't really change this room beyond here, I don't think. It's getting there. Endless animation grind? It's fair. What are you animating? Still working on Sable, or are you switched to a different model? I remember you were hard at work when I was last looking at it. Oh, last looking at the game. I understand, as someone who is a fine connoisseur of waifus, I have spent a great deal of time animating them. Yes. It's about proper respect for the craft, you see. Gotta replace my earbuds. About doing things properly. Yes, properly. There was like a video by Royal Skies, and he's the one who showed me how to do breast physics, basically like that. You know, jiggle physics in general. And it was like a how to do it in 90 seconds. It's super worth the look up. It's quite funny. He was right too, it worked. He showed me that he was a gentleman and a scholar and a respecter of the craft. He explained to me all that was really important and how I should take pride in my animating skills and how certain parts of the body move in a very particular way that I should emulate. Yes. Things are progressing on combat and on the animating design, animating them. That'll be the fun part. Not to animate them, to finally get to see, you know, your combat in action, you know? Because then when you get tired of animating, you can just go fight things. You can use it as kind of an excuse, you know, test your game. It's like, oh, I'm tired of deving. What? Now you can just be like, well, I'm just testing my game. And you're just futzing around, fighting things, doing nothing of value. I do that a lot. I really do that a lot. What am I talking about? I'm just testing. I've always been testing, 100%. Just testing. Oh. Have you seen the They're heterogeneous volumes. I picked up some. Well, they were supposed to be particles, and I guess technically they are particles. It's not wrong. I didn't know what these were until I 3D particles that you can just interact with. They're experimental, which is why I didn't know they exist. You have to enable them, but hear me out. Particles you get to run around through? They also interact with light. I literally had to make a level instance and put light in them because they were supposed to be steam, but they were always black because they didn't pick up the light very well. I have so many things open, it's probably just laughing at me right now. Oh, hello. But yeah, you can stand inside them and they like, you know, mess with you and everything. They're not as good as they could be. But just the fact that there were 3D particles is just some bizarre fun thing. Like all things involved with Epic, though, they're experimental and have poor performance. But I was excited that that was a thing. But the most humorous thing was I had no idea what they were. And I went and loaded up the person's project and thought it was broken for like an hour because he doesn't say what to do. I had no idea they existed. Yeah, that's even with level instances. I mean, they weren't added to, you know, the H load or anything, but they, yeah, they're terrible for optimization. I put like 10 of them in a room or something, dropped like 20 FPS, questioned all my life decisions. But the person never said. You literally have to enable them in project settings or they don't even work. So I just went, well, these don't work. I loaded up their demo levels and it was so bad that I asked for a refund from Fab, thinking they didn't work, and Fab gave it to me without even question. So even Fab didn't know how to make it work. So I was like, well, I don't feel so bad because it's not like they ever did. But yeah, you have to literally enable this crap or they don't work. The guy just needed to have that, or an email or an explanation, a Discord, something. He didn't include it with his product. So unfortunate. I'm gonna delete them later or rebuy them. If I can get them optimized enough, then I'll just give him money again. One way or another, figure it out. But that was like the start of yesterday's stream where I just like, oh, just buy this. It's like $9. It's on sale. Didn't work out. It's very sad. To be fair, I think my Steam itself is eating. I think Unreal needs a restart real quick. Probably wants to save all those 9 million things. Yeah. I decided to do open heart surgery on the game. And because of that, the next time I go to package it, I'm going to have a million struct errors. They're hard to fix. It's annoying. You know, I don't know how much they truly vet. I always hear that sometimes they do, but I mean, I've gotten a couple assets I bought from them that were stolen. So I mean, like, I don't know how well they vet. Like, this is the first one where I just had no idea. I mean, all he had to put was in there. It's like, this is this type of volume. Enable this to work, and I'd have been like, oh, okay. I just never even heard of them. I think it's actually from like, what, 5.5 or something, when they talked about the 3D particles and they were all excited by their animation, how the particles could be manipulated by the timeline and everything. And I was like, okay, I'm never going to use that. And then I never looked at what they were. I don't know. That sounds more like something you would do for movies. And I don't know about you. I don't know how many movies you're going to make, but I don't plan on making any movies particularly. Maybe an intro movie and an ending movie, but I'll make them in a separate project or something and then just play them at the start and play them at the end kind of thing. Not, I don't think I'm going to make them directly in the engine. Not in this particular project. Maybe I will, I suppose it's possible, but... I'm not even sure what I'm going to do when it gets cutscenes yet. Those take so long, I mean... I was trying to get a demo together for Epic for the Mega Grant. Then I keep adding crap instead. Well, I'm mostly polishing the rooms that are going to be in the demo. And then I added one room. I don't know why I added that room. I do, but I don't. I don't even know what it's for yet. But yeah, I was looking for more Steam for my steampunk game because I have exactly 2 Steam particles. In everything they've given me, I have 2 Steam particles, and they're actually rare. It's almost always smoke, which doesn't act quite the same way as Steam. Though I might lie and just start using it. And so in this room I have a small amount of it. The 2 particles doing their thing. But... at least want 3 or 4. Jesus. Well, just a couple. I mean... is that too much to ask? Guess I'll add more level design thingies in here. That's something I'm discovering as I design my levels, that I can actually lock Poppet into small little areas, and then it doesn't matter that she can jump on top of things anymore. You'd be surprised how much that was a problem. Aha, giant rubber ducky. Perfect. I have plans for the rubber duckies. I'm going to put them in a pile. Honestly, I could make them like physics-based where they can hit them around. They could be destroyable duckies. It'd be kind of fun. Eh. For now, I'm just going to pile them. Because I imagine it'll be a physics nightmare that'll turn into an FPS nightmare. But I did a packaged build and it was getting 50 to 70 FPS, so that was the shipped version too. So the shipping one is, people are like, "Oh, whoa, the shipping version has different errors." Well, why don't I just test with the shipping version then? Why am I doing a development package version? That doesn't make any sense. Be the ducky room. Just a bunch of duckies for no reason. Guess I can H load them real fast. Hey, 2XP Games, how's it going? Are you here to see the duckies take over? I could level instance them and then just have a bunch of duckies that just kind of bounce around. Wonder if that'd be fun or not. Can also merge them into a ducky monstrosity. Job 1 I'm just going to place in places. Job 2 everything else. That's right, Home Vector, just duckies. When you win these rooms, I just want to have things that you find to do. Maybe I'll destroy them. Maybe I'll make them where they bounce around. I don't know. If I do that, though, I probably need a... I can do a packed level actor, I guess, too. Probably make the most sense to do that. Or I might just merge them into one ducky monstrosity. I don't know. I'm at kind of, you know, just experimenting with stuff to put in these rooms because I don't really know what's going to go in the toy maze, just things. And I just wanted to, you know, see duckies. No reason. Does there need to be a reason for duckies? I mean, I don't think so. If you want there to be a reason, there can. They have terrible collision. What is this unholy abomination? It's not much better looking from the look of it, but whatever, duckies. I do kind of want to hit him around, though. That's true. This one's not tall enough for that gate, huh? I'm gonna go work with that. Why does it exist? I don't know. Does it matter? I guess it doesn't need an exclamation mark on it. It's kind of weird. Definitely feeling the fact this is a 6-hour chair. Yeah, 7 hours in, makes sense. I was thinking of making rooms down here too, like weird other areas too. I can definitely do so much more with this. There's just so many open areas. But now this, yeah, Ducky Land, yeah. They should do something though. I don't like that they just sit there. I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. All right. I think if I just make it a destructible, but I don't actually make it destroyable, you could probably just hit the duckies everywhere. And then there'll be no purpose to this. It's just so you can hit the duckies everywhere. Yeah, they just... All right. I talked myself into this. That's what I'm thinking. I wanted to make a little... I don't know if I have duck noises for them, but maybe they do. Or just squeak noises. Just something stupid. I'm just figuring out if there's a system I already have that I can cram them into. The problem with the destroyables is that they're designed to be destroyed, right? Yeah. Little squeaks. Yeah. I don't really want them to fracture necessarily. But they could fracture. You could kill all the duckies. Is it more fun that you can break them or more fun that they bounce around and squeak? This is an important, you know, design question that has to be asked of people. Because, I mean, on the one hand, breaking things is fun. On the other hand, weird things that bounce around and squeak is also fun. Bounce and squeak? I see. All right. See if I can just recycle this one. Wait. Not here. Thanks for following 2XP Games. I see someone is a connoisseur of bouncing, squeaking ducks, as any true sophisticated person would be. Yeah. Perfection. Simply perfection. Alright, so I'm not going to do one stat there. If it actually needs to bounce, I'm going to bypass. I don't know if a field actually causes it to bounce or not. Is that how it works? Do the fields actually emit enough force to do that? I know the fields are set to do some kind of force. It's possible I'll have to make an actual bouncing thing all by itself, but... I mean, 'cause I could just enable physics on them, and then they'll just bounce around whenever you hit them. The trouble is that weapons hitting them won't work. And that's kind of what I want. But I really don't want to have to make a whole extra system if I don't have to, you know? Because, yeah. Well, these can also be possessed too, because they're part of that whole shenanigan stuff. Fair enough. I don't know why I did it with the big old sequence thingy. Sequence is kind of lame anyway. Not many points where I use them. Not anymore. Where are your duckies? That's not what was intended at all. I see. It's so tiny. Ew. Too small. That's not fun. Big ducky. Oh, it's not very big. What kind of wimpy little ducky is that? I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. I hate everything it stands for. Unless I change it in here. I don't think it works like that. I think it's just literally the other. Nope, it is the smallest thing in the history of the world. What about 10? You doing 10? Why are you still small? What is the point of the new scale thingy if I don't use it? Would have in fact not setting it anywhere. I guess I took that out. Okay. There we go. Doesn't really bounce. I'm trying to play with my duckies here. What's up with this? Life was good in Ducky Land until the voodoos attacked. It died. Where is it destroyable? Oh, because I'm dumb. I'm a goofball. Not sure why I went through gameplay tags yet, but you know. You're not a character, are you? Parent class actor. What's the math behind this one? Math, because I'm terrible at vector math. That is smarter. Sure, whatever. I want a comedically large thing. Bounce. Vector math is my arch nemesis. They're just launching up though. It's just a launch character. Launch character would make it easier. If I run into it now, what even happens? Curiosity. I didn't even have bounce enabled last time. I'm curious to see what even happens. Might be just adding extra things that might just already do what I want. Yeah, it already does what I want. Kinda. But it doesn't really do what I really want. It sorta does what I want. What's the math for this? That's an interesting idea. So while I'm at it, I wonder what the fields will do. I didn't grab the sound. Oops. I'm just activating a sound. Fair enough. Possibly I didn't want to put this in combination with that. I prefer not to make too many systems like that. Plus, I want to make it so you can pick it up and throw it, so. With the magician. Doesn't really launch them so much. They kind of move them, but actually kind of got knocked into the ground there. That's awkward. Guess I can't do it the way I was hoping for. Yeah, getting there. We'll get to shut up about this. Oh, there's a field system super powerful. Oh. Oh, I see. Doesn't exactly launch it though. Ah. Doesn't really launch it up though. But they really don't like me playing with these. They just attack you. They're defending the duckies. I have the code I wanted for this somewhere. I'm trying to remember what the math was, and terribly blanking on it right now for some reason. I can scale them though. Maybe. I don't know how to do this. I'm curious now. Also, while I'm at it. That's probably because this was not actually ever set as a variable. Maybe I'll make a separate bouncing thing. Combining it in here seems... Well, I want to combine it in the movement thingy because then I can pick it up. There's already a lot of systems that work, so I prefer never to have to make a whole separate system for an item. Because then it's got to be merged into every other toy anyway, like all the other stuff. And it gets really obnoxious really fast. It doesn't rotate. But why? I mean, it's being launched. You'd think it would rotate. Oh, I'm on, not on the right one. I was like, wait a minute, what am I missing here? Curious if this number's better, lower, or higher. No, it's the same thing with these. Might be. And so the random thingy is terrible, by the way. Not sure I like the that one as much as I like just whenever you hit it, it just launches it. Well, this has projectile movement. Ah, I could get velocity or something like that. Or get forward velocity. No. I'm blinking on this map suddenly. I don't know what it is. Just get velocity. Add impulse node. Here's what that does. I just don't know why it doesn't ever rotate at all. It just sits in the exact same thing forever. What if I just do this instead and play with the impulse on that? Drop a field there, impulse it up. Not the math I was thinking, but I wanted to like fly around all stupidly, and instead it kind of just doesn't. Well, maybe not that stupidly. It's like the random rotation just causes to go flying around, but it doesn't actually rotate the actor. It's not fun that they just kind of don't roll. I don't know why they would roll though, but that's not gonna be what I want. I'm hitting it super depressing too. I don't know why its rotation axis would be locked. Something stopping it from rotating. I only use blueprints. I would never willingly use C++. No, never mind, you're right. This is what happens when I don't drink enough alcohol. Thanks, Legendary. Why in the world are these locked in the first place? Why did I ever think that was the right call in life? I hate it. I hate everything about it. Don't you dare lock rotation. I want things to go flying. And I'm sitting there going, this is so dumb. Nothing will move it. This thing is like, you know, immovable. Yay! How much better is that? It's so exciting now. I love it. Inappropriately. Oh my. This is why I stream on Twitch, so people can tell me how dumb I am half the time. Doesn't quite do what I want with this though, which sucks. Like bumping it does about what you'd expect. For some reason it doesn't like the weapon much, even though the little field should actually cause it to move places. The add impulse thingy isn't that great. Actually, I'm adding impulse there. What if I put it back to this? What happens? No impulse. What do? Doesn't seem to work very well on these, so probably won't work very well there. Actually, never mind. I switched to add impulse there, so let's. That's right. We're doing the important things here. The things that make game design worth it. Weird squeaky things to play with. Look at how exciting that was. Holy crap. That's so much better. It's still wobbling. I love it. This was not exciting at all. Like, hitting it is great. It does everything I want. Well, Justice is super fun with it. I mean, just tell me, look how much fun it is shooting duckies. There needs to be more duckies, but hear me out. Duckies. Meh. Then I'll put more duckies here and then I'll optimize it later like a champion. Job 1, have fun with it. Job 2, everything else. I wonder why I had those locked in rotation. It must have been something for the cubes a long time ago, but I really hate it now and should probably just unlock the main one. These are physics enabled, so I imagine if I just drop a bunch of them, they're going to do weird crap. So I'm going to drop a bunch of them and see what happens. There we go. They just drop it here. Oops, I'm just hitting the wrong buttons now. I'm not wrong. Grow, my pretties, grow. I didn't. They don't move. Oh, that's no fun. Justice moves them though. Oh, I ran out of curse. No. Why is there a light here? Why did I make this cost something? I just want to shoot everyone. I'm like 16, 17 months working on the game. I'm actually dropping a field on them. This field system. The trouble is that the Empress thingies I don't think are rigged to do it, and the weapon system for swinging weapons doesn't seem to be rigged to do it the same way either. You'd think it would work though, because it's taking the impact point and dropping a field system there. And to my knowledge, the weapons do that. I mean, I'm assuming that's what they do. Destroyable hit from BPI combat. Hat parent. Oh, it's like, where's weapon parent? Morphed into a hat. I do need a hat weapon, it's true. Oh, that's right, it just activates the weapon ray trace. This is where the magic happens. Yeah, it should do destroyable hit right there. Yeah, they're children of the destroyable parent. That's why I made it out this, so I could also pick them up too, potentially. Speaking of which, I think I have to have movable on, is the thing, right? Movable object, yeah. Oh, can interact has to be on, that's what it was. I turned it off the other ones because I'd pick them up and they'd break before I could actually do anything with them. But they're all doing destroyable hit, that's interesting. I'll have to look into the difference between the projectiles. You get your hat yet, lady? Aha! 2 points, yes! Be gone, ducky scum. They use 2 different systems, so I'd take a look at them both. But right now I'm throwing the duckies down the thing. Because why wouldn't I want to do this? I'm a simple man. I like simple pleasures. Throwing duckies around is a new simple pleasure that I have unlocked. This one's caught underneath there. I hate it. Yippee-ki-yay! Duckies for me! Can't really shove that one now, why? I think their physics actually turns off of that, so I have to have an option for the should bounce. Which means I need to put it one higher on the hierarchy. Yeah. Let me grab the bounces here. I have to swap it out with this one here. Fell side bro. Mom always told me about bouncy duckies. She said, son, you bounce them duckies. And you like it. You like it a lot. And I did. I get rid of all of them. Find the last one. Do it. Be gone, regular bouncers. You are lame. Not mad about it, but your ads just played where your stream normally goes, but when your ads are playing and the stream stayed where it was. It seems so complicated. Do not question. Twitch is not designed to work correctly. I don't know if you know this. It's because they lost all their viewership and now they're sad. Losing like what, 74% of their viewership? Yeah. Well, actually 74% of their max viewership for last month was the number they put out. That's crazy. And that was the number. And you just see how much that they lost in peak viewership there. What? The other numbers don't look so bad. Hours watched only down 9%. So apparently the bots didn't really count. The active channels down 14%. That's actually a pretty good drop for active channels there. 14%? I mean, it's not nothing. If 14% of all channels no longer doing anything. But still, that number is crazy. How many bots are on this site? Jesus. I mean, not as many as on Kick. Yeah. Well, it's definitely a thing. They definitely, I don't know. It was a system that really rewarded just botting, which is dumb. To be fair, I don't think that... I think it probably still rewards botting. They probably won't go after bots for very long when they realize they've lost all their viewership because it was all bots. Yeah. Well, that's the kind of the thing. Those people are getting ripped off. I'm surprised they, you know, didn't file suit or something against Twitch for, like, basically fraud. I know they don't advertise as much anymore. That's true. That's why we had the Adpocalypse where nobody makes any money on the site anymore. After all, if nobody's seeing the ads, why is anyone paying, right? I'm gonna update this to include the bounces thingy. So when it gets picked up, I can use it as a projectile and yeah. Let's see, water interactions. No, I could put the water back in with the interactions. Maybe that might happen. There we go. I was like, where is this graph? There's no way that's doing everything for it. Yeah, don't simulate physics while it's in the air, sure. Never mind, I don't gotta do anything special with that. I don't need to... I'll just cram it into here. Whichever one it does is the physics I want at the end of this. Yeah, I wonder if we'll see a crackdown on Kick and other places too about bot viewership. I guess to be fair though, on Kick it doesn't actually pay an ad. They don't pay ad revenue there. Or if they do, it's... requires you to be like a partner. I think. You do get it if you're a partner. All you gotta do is have an average concurrent viewership of 75 people. Is that all? I'm well on my way. Spoiler, I'm not well on my way, I'm lying. It just runs destroyable hit. Oh. Same with Empress, though. It looks so nice with so many less things. I never did finish up the other thing I was doing. I got caught up playing with duckies and building stuff. Ducky land. I might theme the whole area now with weird duck things in Ducky Land. Maybe somebody told me it should just be called Ducky Land. The whole place is Ducky Land. You're like, that'd be sweet. Oh, yeah, I just don't want Ducky Land. Thanks for the follow, Hachi108. How's it going? Ducky Land brings all the boys to the yard, as they say. I mean, I would play a game called Ducky Land where you just hit weird, you know, squeaky ducks everywhere, little like plastic ducks or whatever. Be sweet. They're like trying to take over the world, and your only defense is a giant mallet. I'd hit him with a giant mallet. It's fine. All right, so yeah, it does destroyable hit as well. Why is this destroyable hit so much different than the other one? When you have so many different systems and you try to remember which one does what, that's why I end up trying to compress them down to being a little less overkill. Yeah, so this does exactly the same thing. Is it because these have collision or something? Perhaps that's it. Oh, I accidentally clicked on it. Where did they go? Duckies, no. I am uncertain whether did they go below? Can't really tell. But I seem to affect them now. I'm gonna hit the duckies from there. These tracks are different. I'll give them that. They make a difference, but they don't. I think it kills them. Did I botch it when I was doing the other? I might have. Let's test it with there. Oh yeah, I broke it. I didn't break it all. I just forgot to, since I changed the variable, I forgot to mark it as bounces. Justice has a lot of force. I love it. I don't know why it wouldn't work, so I'm still figuring out what's up with this plan here. It's not even the force me play, it's just dropping a field system, so the field system should have no problem doing what I want. Because it doesn't care about the force behind the thing, so I don't know why that would be the case, but... Why doesn't it drop a field system? I mean, shoving it drops a field system. Let me check something. It might not be shoving it doing anything. It might actually just be doing literal nothing. In which case, it's actually just a physics system and those other things don't do anything to it at all. That doesn't care at all. It's nothing to do with that. That means that they need to apply some kind of force, basically. But the weapons don't, they don't physically hit anything. Like, Justice is a projectile that physically hits something. All the projectiles have like a physics to them. Roast ducky. Oh, the firewall's broken. Oh, well. I was kind of dicking with a lot of things, so, you know. Is what it is. I never did test like half of them. Instead, I decided to do duckies. Oh ho! I know what I like. Um, that's right. That reminds me, there's a print string somewhere on this that's causing some problems. Well, not problems, just annoying that it's still there. Let's not go to definition. Use anymore. There you are. Really? All right. Immediately spell is a thing. Yeah, I missed one of the spots. On the weapon parent. What's weird? Well, because I think Justice just casts the spell. Where do I set it? Well, I want that. This just reveals some transforms. Actually, just always sends the same one. Or is it just set on each weapon individually? But that's weird, then why does Justice work? I guess Justice doesn't pick it there. I should standardize this crap. Also, swing weapon should just move everything over so I don't have to do it the hard way. Just move the whole tarot thing. Currently, it's kind of dumb the way it's set up. Yeah, just directly on it. Trying to get light outside. It's okay, I don't actually have to meet anyone today, so since I don't have anyone I'm meeting, I can dick around longer. That's fine. And I'm not really disappointing anyone. I probably won't be up till like 4 in the afternoon, but today my plan is to actually get more than 6 hours of sleep. Because, you know, I did my, I guess technically I'm really about a 12-hour workday already. If I keep streaming, I'll be at like about 14 hours. If I streamed like 10 hours this, so I didn't work that long regular work today, so 12 hours is practically being lazy. That's so sad that that's like true for me. Jesus. Alright, so this system is stupid. I should probably rework it too. I don't rework this thing, it's just it wasn't made for what I'm doing, and it shows. Where are you at? There it is. Yeah, I'll just struck collectibles. Or tarot card struct or something. Well, I guess I can send them all, but I can just send it by itself, right? I don't have to. I just unite it together as a struct tarot card structure. Sure. You use more than once, or we just setting it up for one time? It's not really used more than once. What am I doing? How do I do that? Let's not do that. Guess I could have not grabbed the whole thing, but whatever. It's just damage variance, I think is what it was. Should really standardize it across the board. Probably will soon, actually. And they did over here though. Just one of them was off for some reason. Off for some reason. Those all keep. These all remove. And it will keep. There. Maybe this time I can just send the whole tarot card. It's a lot faster. Then they can do whatever they want with it. Including set the weapon type. Or set the projectile. You might take a quick bio break real fast and get back to working on this. I have to do now is just set the projectile thing and it shall fix the problem. I'll do it in a sec. Oh, right back. At least something for people to look at or something. Everyone can look at Ducky Land. Be excited. I would be. Hey, Unrealstone, how's it going? You were just in time to catch me on a break. Also, Ducky Land. You're just in time to catch Ducky Land. Which isn't quite what I wanted to do yet. It sort of Ducky Land's the way I want it to, but you know. Not quite. Soon, though. Soon. Soon. Wonder if the dice will blow them up or not. Oh, those ones wouldn't.
2.
They don't really knock them around. That sucks.
5. 5. 5. 1.
That's because they have no force behind them, though. Is the problem. So I need a way to apply force to them. Hmm. Oh well. Yeah, I think the only ones that are actually going to do anything are going to be like the ones that actually fire some kind of projectile. I also don't understand why. I know Justice is a spell thing, so Justice is the only one's probably going to work. I don't think anyone's actually probably force, but the devil should, but you know. Push duckies, use. Maybe I'll make some sort of thing where you carry duckies places in order to solve puzzles. I don't know, sure. Anything's possible. I'll add it to my list of maybes. I was fixing the devil though. Oops. There's a 1 on it. Good thing I checked. I forgot about the 1. Why is there no async load? Oh, you can resolve them that way? Wait, what? This makes me happy. Inappropriately so. Oh my. All I need to do. Still have to compress this down as much as I want to. Soon. Soon. I'm not sure how to make the others work. It's unfortunate. I thought I could just make them get blown up, but that does not seem to do what I want. You. Not a spell. That's fine. So that's correct. It should be exactly what I need. Not a spill anyway. This is a 4, huh? I have a melee in there, so I know it's melee. How is currently equipped weapon not valid? It's in her hands, right? Well, we're not sure if that's a problem yet. Is there a notify on these? Is it like a thing? Perhaps it's not finding a particular animation to play. Oh. I see. If it's not valid, then I want to find ground 1. So otherwise it's saying if it's not valid, then you try to load it. So obviously that's not going to work. That's dumb. Gross ducky. I guess these don't have force behind them, huh? Hmm. Disaster averted. That's true. Enough. Don't know why it's not way over here, but whatever. Want the projectile for that. You just don't have a static mesh, so if I gave it like this static mesh, it would be happy, right? Would it then move the duckies? It just needs an actual physical object to hit things? Hmm. Yep. That anymore? Hmm. It hurts for some reason. Too much sitting. Probably. Let me tell you about how sitting all the time is not as good on the body as you'd expect it to be. I'm trying to think about what I'm going to do about the Empress and the weapons. They don't have any kind of physical anything. So without physical anything, they use a ray trace to dictate if they hit something. That's how it's that anyway. I don't want to do that there. Or is not? Okay, so it's this plus that. That's the one we're looking for. Parachute vector math. Interesting. Still nothing on those, huh? Does not do what I expected. I missed something. Because the force isn't strong enough, I suppose. It could be. Let's make it like gross. I should launch it to the end of the world. Maybe I should do static mesh instead, not even bother to have the hit component in there. That might be part of the problem, actually. I followed a terrible explanation, I think. So maybe if I just put static mesh, that'll be better. Whoa. Oops. This makes me inappropriately happy. Probably don't need a million, you know, bajillion or whatever number that... Thousands probably enough. Thousand is not enough. 1,000 is a sad number. For sad people. Sad people. We'll try 100,000. We know a million bajillion or whatever it was, you know, was a lot. That works. Interesting. Well, no, the direction's kind of weird, but... Why is launch them up only? Well, it works, it's just not great. Here's what it's hitting. I don't imagine these can be hit otherwise, I think, but maybe the geometry collection can. Maybe that's the problem. Well, that should have no collision on by default and only get turned on when it's a destroyable. So that seems unlikely to be the problem, but, you know, might be. Lean over the side there for some reason. Probably just tired. Those are both plugged in. We used to work just this, right? Because I know it was hitting the static mesh, but
two, two,
I just not really hit him with force at all.
5, 6,
Huh. Well, that didn't help. Oh, this was working a moment ago. Hmm. Reminds me I can make these balls into ones too. Oops. Got to open the other. Actually, I guess this is one. That was A1. God, it's the chosen one. put those in the not the ground, huh? Just clicked off the game. Whoa. Not a U class. It seems to be working. What am I missing? Already one of those. I'm sure what that error is. Whatever, that's like tomorrow. Me plan. Right now, I don't know if I'm gonna quite figure it out. Whatever the case, got teleported. Oh. There's a problem with the impulse thingy. Oof. Yeah, I think I'm gonna fold it tonight. Got like 9 hours and 16 minutes plus my 4-hour workday. Yeah, it's like only 13 hours a day. It's not the worst. Gotta make 14. It's probably not happening. Anyway, for the people who know, the game's called Poppet Quest. If you like what you saw, follow, subscribe, join the Discord. Wish to see more, don't. Either way, thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Catch you later, Legendary 9. Catch you later, Helm. Definitely, yeah. But yeah, anyway, thanks for watching, everyone, and I will, send the people on Kick and YouTube off to do whatever they want to do, and I'll raid out on the Twitch people, so bye-bye people on YouTube and Kick. See you tomorrow, 11, and actually no, 9 hours and 17 minutes earlier than this.